Dear chess friends, welcome one more time to the FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. So today we have a penultimate 10th round, and well, once again, I have to apologize, we started with a bit of a delay, so let us cover the beginning of those games quickly. Referring to the yesterday's round, I have to admit once again, so our leader lost. Hampikanero lost to Bella Hatenashvili, but it didn't change the situation pretty much, because both of her pursuitors lost as well, and still Hampi is in the lead. Hampi is in the lead with 1 point ahead of the field, but then she's being pursued with already 3 players. Bella Hatenashvili joined the tie for second place. So, well, to start commentary on today's round, once again, I'd like to start with the game of leader of Hampikanero. So actually, the first place plays the last. So let's check it out. Hampikanero with Kulishan Nakpaeva. Knight f6, c4, a6, but actually a low probability says it's maybe a time for Nakpaeva to start scoring. Although it's going to be tough. Black against Konero, bishop b4, queen c2, castle, knight f3, and then b6, of which I'm not sure, to be honest. Well, b6, e4, and I'm not sure if black is not already tricked. Well, okay, so I mean, in this position, what I really know that e4 after e4 b6 is not the best move for sure, but what to do after knight f3? Okay, d5 is, well, what comes into my mind, d5, c5, something like that. So b6 is actually, of course, an intention to switch to something normal after a3, bishop c3, queen c3, but white plays e4, then, okay, probably bishop b7 is answered with bishop d3. Well, black can take here on c3, but then it comes to, well, to defend against e5 threat, and I don't see how to do this. Well, I mean, in a convenient way, of course, black can play something like h6, but then it's, I mean, just waste of a time. White has a very strong center here, and well, basically it looks like white's going to be already better. So e4, I'm still not sure if black can play something like d5. So that's actually possible, d5, and in intending to jump on e4, of course, in case of e5, for example, intending to jump on e4. But then again, after this bishop d3, it looks to be inferior version of 5th e4 variation. Then, okay, b6, e4, Gulis Fahan seems already been caught by surprise. So, okay, let's move further. Then 2 players in tie for second place playing each other. Katerina Lagno is white against Bella Hatenashvili. And a bit of a surprising opening, e4, e5, so we remember Katerina starting 3 out of her previous 4 games with white with c2, c4 English opening. So this time she goes for e4, which used to be her main weapon for many years. Knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, and d3, d6, knight ge2. So it's not actually well, it could have been transposed, I mean, to something normal, but then we have a bishop opening after knight ge2. It's already pretty much defined. That's going to be bishop opening. The knight e2 keeps f2, f4 intentions. Well, actually, an interesting setup. I played a couple of games like that. And, well, basically what black is gonna do is try knight a5, because this bishop seems to be really dangerous. And then one of the possibilities for white is actually to play a4. Black has nothing to do but to take, dc4, followed by, okay, let's give a sample line. b3, castle, bishop to b2, then queen d3, something like that, castling short, and eventually getting f2, f4. So white has some pressure here, okay, although it's still not clear if it's really an advantage, but at least makes sense this setup for white. Okay, but black actually played bishop e7, but still this idea is on, of course, to play knight a5. Because if white's gonna start to spend some tempi on ensuring the position of this bishop, let's say by playing a3 or a4, then later on black will just play bishop e6 and still it's nothing wrong. So bishop e7, I expect white just to castle. Okay, we shall see later. Then we are moving to game of ex-world champion Antoaneta Stefanova versus Zhao Xu. Zhao Xu was the one to stop Lagno in the previous round, actually by playing an English opening once again. So Lagno scored very well with English opening herself. So we have probably an opening of the tournament is English, and the other one being symmetrical Queen's Indian, where white plays e3 and then b3 lately. So c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, Nimzo, and well, the most complicated one with e3, d5, bishop d3, c5, and then cd5, knight d5, knight ge2. So a bit of a, well, to me it looks like a bit of a surprise, as after natural cd4, cd4, knight c6, we have pretty common position, actually isolated pawn, but knight being on e2, and still, well, for me it's hard to say in which favor it is. Okay, white's castling, so would probably play black, so I don't see any reason not to castle. And then, okay, then if white will be able to, to press with this knight on, to jump on f4 somehow, just to press d5 square, but seems hardly possible, to be honest. Well, knight d5 is probably answered with ed5, looks easier. So e3, d5, bishop d3, so I'm still not sure what's that. Yeah, bishop d3, c5, c takes, knight ge2. Sorry, but just forgot to bring a diagram here, so have to come back. Knight e2. Well, so I guess cd5 is already a rare line, because knight f3 at once seems to be just the way to continue normally. So cd5 is the, well, wouldn't claim it's a new idea, because in this position somehow none of ideas might be called new. Everything was tried already, but maybe white comes with a bit of a different concept to this position. So castle, and then we're waiting for black to move, and well, I expect black to castle as well, of course. So moving further, then it's Harika Dronovali as white, the other player in tie for second place, just a point behind Hampi Conero. Harika is loyal to her main weapon, ready opening. Okay, knight f3, d5, c4, so at least at that point we can say it's a ready opening, though it's transposed lately to, well, not sure how to call it once again, e3, c5, so at the moment I'd say it's a symmetrical Tarash, but okay, yeah, indeed, cd5, ed5, bishop b5, bishop d7, so a couple of moves, I guess we're gonna have isolated pawn position as well. Yeah, so expect white to castle short, and if this bishop moves, then white just gonna take c5, and okay, d5 is hanging, so the bishop e7 is maybe just not a good idea. Yeah, bishop takes knight d5. Yeah, so although at once it simply shouldn't work. If white takes at once, it's gonna be a6. I guess take, and still it's not that easy to defend this pawn. On c5 as b4 is well met with a6, a5. The castle seems logical, and then black has to decide something, particularly what to do with this tension in the center, right? So castle. Well, if black plays a6 here, I don't know if it's an idea to take on c6, which looks, I mean, a bit controversial, but maybe possible. Bishop takes c6. If pawn takes c6, then it might be a try to play on dark squares with knight a4, for example, trying to get to c5. I don't know, to take it with the pawn. Rook e1, knight c5, knight e5 as well. So white could try to prove this bishop is a bit useless in fight of those dark squares, and c5, e5. Yeah, so black has to come up with something. Oh well, cd5 is maybe, well, but maybe black is just a little bit passive. I mean, after cd5 and, well, even knight d5 and is a possibility. Try to play against an isolated pawn, but as well ed5, and somehow white is a little bit more active, so still fights for an opening advantage. Well, moving to the game of another ex-world champion, Alexandra Kostyniuk, facing Zhu Wenjun from China. e4, e5. So Zhu Wenjun continues to bring us surprises in the opening, because as far as I remember, her main weapon was knight of Sicilian, and then she comes up with e5, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4 in d6. So c3, and well, apart from the move in the game, which was knight f6, there is a pretty sharp line with f5, ef5, bishop f5. So that's one of the possibilities for black in this line, and then it goes like castle, bishop d3, rook e1. So black is trying to postpone white's development with this bishop placement on d3, and it goes on and on the theory. So bishop e7 and so on. Well, in our game, black continued knight f6, switching to something more normal, I'd say. d4, bishop d7, knight bd2, and g6. So slightly passive, but actually quite a solid system for black, and might be just switch to some sort of, after d5 for instance. I'm not sure still if knight belongs to e7 or b8. Then it might be some sort of King's Indian structure anyway, castling for instance. But of course white is not in a hurry to play d5, because there might be some other ideas. Basically white can castle as well, and then, yeah, let's say castle, bishop g7, and okay, but rook e1 still doesn't lead nowhere, because after castle white is not winning the pawn. Bishop c6, bishop c6, d e5 as well, black just takes, and on knight e5 black is able to take e4. It looks like, no, okay, was it to act or not? Queen d1, knight f6, yeah, bishop f6, rook d1, and bishop e5, and that's looks absolutely equal, this one. Well, so g6, and Alexandra is thinking what to play next. Okay, anyway, didn't castle is fine, bishop g7, but then, I mean, white can think of closing the position with d5, or try to keep it more in the spirit of Ruy Lopez by playing rook e1, castle, and something like bishop c2. Of course, bishop c6 shouldn't be the move if white is not winning a pawn. That might be continued like that. So that's the current situation. So black just played g6. Moving further to Elina Danilian with Olga Giria, and have to say Elina improved her tournament situation in last recent round, scoring 2.5 out of 3. So now she's in the middle of the field, let's say so, instead of being in one of the last spots, which was, let's say, the case after the first free day. The Slav defense, still Olga plays the same, knight f3, knight f6, and I guess for the first time in this tournament white is trying to play the main line. It's in Slav, because I do remember two exchanged Slavs in Gira's practice that she lost to Harika, and then she won versus Nagbayeva. They were both, I guess, both exchanged Slavs. So knight c3, dc4, the line which became recently actually quite popular with knight bishop f5 and e3. So apart from this, of course, there is a possibility to play knight e5, which just gonna make another main line. And well, but to be honest, I still don't know where an advantage for white after knight d7, knight c4, and this queen c7 line, which I don't know how to call it properly, so I just like to call it Morozevich variation, bishop f4, knight d7, and bishop g2, g5. Yeah, so this one is, of course, pretty much critical for the assessment of the whole line, while white chose a more positional approach, e3, e6, bishop takes f5, then black seems to be quite solid actually, bishop b4, castle, knight b d7, queen e2, bishop g6, e4, castle short, bishop d3, bishop h5. Well, it's, I guess, already a well-known line, bishop h5, e5, knight d5, knight takes d5. So this combination, bishop h7, knight g5, doesn't work here because black takes on g5 with the queen. Wouldn't be nice, of course, this bishop h7, knight g5. If king goes to g6, then probably white is just winning with queen e4 or queen d3, but of course queen g5 is the refutation. Then after bishop g5, black is just piece up. Okay, so e5, knight d5, this is well known. Knight takes, c takes, queen e3. So escaping the pin, and black moves the bishop back, bishop g6, bishop g6, and here it's very interesting moment, although it's of course well known, but black is not capturing with h pawn, but it's set with f pawn. So after hg6, knight g5, an open h file is actually quite annoying, so queen is coming to h3 and eventually to h7, which might be dangerous. Well, perhaps not knight g5 at once, as black still has bishop e7, but I mean the whole situation is a bit dangerous for black. Even here, something like f4, and then eventually bringing the queen to h3 and possibly the rook. So black decides to take with, okay, it's as I said, it's already well known. Queen e3, bishop g6 takes fg6. Yes, it was played in first. Maybe it was played in Topalov Kramnik match in a lista. The fg6, knight g5, still a theory, I believe. Rook e8, and okay, rook e8 is actually played to be able to have knight f8, because white was threatening queen h3, attacking both e6 and h7, but black as well has an adequate knight f8 where knight defends both h7 and e6. So rook e8, and oops, so rook e8, and white is thinking what to do then. I guess f4 is one of the moves here, f4, and then intending g4, f5 to set everything in motion. Well, actually, I guess this line suits Selina's style pretty much, as she's known to be an aggressive player. So, but it has to be said, so far, Olga Gira spent her time only to write down and to play the moves, but not thinking. So her clock is still on a 1 hour and 30 minutes mark, which was given from the beginning. So that means she played so far on this 30 seconds increment. Okay, moving once again to Kulishan Nakbaeva with some piconeros, e4, d5, e5, knight e4, bishop d3 and bishop b7. So that's a current situation on the board. Well, but looks very suspicious for black, I have to say. So say after castle, black has to decide something. Probably black has to take with the bishop, bc3, and then okay, white has different options to challenge this. Knight on e4, one of them being just taking the knight and playing knight g5, eventually winning the pawn. So I'm not sure if it's the best version for black. Knight d7 perhaps, but then yeah, even this above mentioned line should be better for white. Knight g5, and this pawn on e4 seems to be falling. And I'm not sure if black has enough compensation with something like bishop a6. So, well, that's of course going to be a good chance for Humpy. If she manages to win today, it's practically over, I believe, as having a lead of a full point before the last round will be crucial. Well, and as been said already, so they like to play opening pretty slow, so trying to figure out who's trapping whom. So far our longest advanced game is Daniela and with Kiria. They're already 16 moves, which is quite a lot at our rate of play. And still it's only 7 moves in Lagno Hatinashvili, to which we are switching now. So bishop e7, white played castle, so once again it's Katerina Lagnovis, Bella Hatinashvili, white played castle, so did black. h2, h3, somehow it's a useful move. Knight a5. Actually, apart from developing the bishop on b2, which I already described, so that's actually a main crossroad, I believe. White can play a4, for instance, provoking black to take on c4, otherwise bishop will just retreat. So black takes on c4, dc4. Then white is trying to build up something like that, queen e6, for instance, c6 here. Well, I'm not sure if d5 is not an option yet, but well, maybe white has to start with f4 already. Takes, and then knight takes, and still trying to develop the bishop to b2. So b3, bishop b2, and queen goes to g3, b3, bishop b2, then with pressure on long diagonal, pressure on g file with queen on from g3, and everything is going to be targeted on this g7 square. So that's one of the ways to play. Well, with the other one being just, okay, maybe not playing a4 at all, but instead playing bishop to e3, still looking for black to take it eventually, and then maybe trying to promote f4, but with a little bit of a different idea. So anyway, that's the current situation. Lagno versus Hatinashvili with white to move. Well, we are shown Harika Dronovali with a local player with Nafisa Muminova, so let's check what's going on there. Well, it's not exactly the position from the game, so that was what we saw. Bishop d7, castle, a6 was played indeed. So bishop c6, okay, we discussed the position of the bc6, but black takes with the bishop. So already white could have taken on c5 and put the knight on d4, but white plays knight e5 instead. bishop d6. Well, and I suppose it's going to be a position with hanging pawns there, so knight c6, bc6, and possibly taking c5, b3, bishop b2, knight a4, pressure against those somewhat weak hanging pawns. Well, I'd say generally it has to be in white's favor, because not so many pieces left. Normally, well, let's say castle. I don't know if knight a4 is needed, but let's try bishop b2. And well, much more often there are more light pieces on the board, and then black is looking for kingside attack, kingside initiative, because normally, let's say knight on a4 is a bit distracted from a center and of course from a king side. But here, I mean, its material is pretty much reduced, and it might be more about the positional weaknesses, about the pawn weaknesses, and then white, of course, in much better shape here. To, well, I'd say rook c1 then, and possibly even lifting rook to c2 and playing queen to a1. So that's what can happen, and perhaps the other plan for white would be still the plan I mentioned, like knight a4, taking d4, ed4. But this way, I mean, once black already got rid of the bishop on d7, it doesn't seem to be that attractive. So black's gonna castle and eventually equalize, I guess, promoting c6, c5 in the right moment. So black just has enough resources to prepare c6, c5, and it should be roughly equal. Okay, bishop d6, and white is thinking. So I don't know if Harika is considering not to take on c6, which actually might be possible at the moment, because I can hardly believe bishop e5 is the real threat, so maybe white can just keep it flexible by playing b2, b3, and well, and bishop e5, d5 doesn't seem to be a good idea here, though it's still hard to say. Yeah, it may develop something in something like that. Knight e4 takes. Well, not exactly sure, but looks, well, it definitely looks interesting. Bishop a3, even an endgame here is not obviously equal. So queen d1, rook d1 for example, then c5 is hanging. After b6, I guess rook d6 would be not that pleasant for black. Rook c8, and well, perhaps still nothing special, but white seems to have some pressure here. It's hard for black, I mean, to somehow to organize his pieces. Okay, black can castle, but what to do next is still unclear. So this point looking like a boring position, this one, and white actually played it I mean, in a very simple manner, but still position is quite rich, and I believe we're going to see a lot of fight here. Is definitely Harika, after a loss today, she's looking to take a revenge, and I believe she's going to do maximum she can. Well, then once again back to Stefanova with Zhao Xu. So castle, bishop e7. Black actually willingly plays bishop e7. Bishop e4, knight f6, bishop f3. So white is preparing just to press in the center, so a2, a3. Well, and somehow black's development is not that convenient, I have to say. So a3, well, it's prophylactics against knight's maneuver to b4, d5. So white just controls this b4, which leaves this knight a bit restricted here on c6. And as well, it's not that easy. Okay, the b6, bishop b7 would be desirable for black, but it's not that easy to get it. Well, I'm not sure if Black cannot use an absence of knight on f3 by playing something like queen d7, which looks a bit weird, but well, maybe black is planning b6, bishop b7, played like that, and as well rook d8 to stop white from playing knight f4. So at the moment knight f4 is answered with knight d4, so if white plays bishop e3 for example, black can play rook d8 and still keeping an eye on this pawn. Although looks a bit weird, the placement and the queen on d7, so maybe black has something better than this. Well, all in all looks like slight advantage for white, but of course it's still not over in opening stage, so we shall see it later how it's going to develop. Back to Alexandra Kostyniuk with Juve in June, and okay, not so many moves played here. Alexandra just castled, entering the line we mentioned before. So castle, and don't see much of a surprises from black side here. Black just have to play bishop g7. That once you play g6, it's okay. It's a fair chance you'd like to play to fianchetto your bishop next after you play g6. So bishop g7 seems to be a logical continuation. I don't know if there is anything wrong with it. Okay, we shall see it later. Then Danielian with Giria. Still no move from Elina Danielian after knight g5, rook e8. And it's a bit tricky because, as I said, the position is well known, and well, I don't know what one can think about. I mean, either you know the position and then you just have to repeat the moves you're prepared, or well, otherwise, well, I wouldn't say white might be in trouble, but actually black has some positional ideas here as well. Well, perhaps getting some space here on the king side if white is not doing it right, even by playing h6 and g5 sometimes. So I just wonder where this knight belongs, knight from g5, because apart from f4, which I already mentioned, there is this transfer, which might be a bit too slow, but perhaps it's the only chance to start it right now. I mean, otherwise, if white play, okay, first of all, it's not that easy to say what white has to play. Let's say for this bishop to take part in the games, knight h3 might be the move, because knight might be transferred to d3, which is normally seems to be a good square, also driving this bishop away, and then knight on d3 covers some squares here, and still f4, g4, f5 is the case. But of course, the moment f4 looks more natural, and don't know what actually is going on, why Elina is thinking for such long. Okay, moving further once again. Hampikonero with Skulishan Nakpaeva, and I guess they tried. So bishop b7 castle. Black decided to take on c3. Then black has to face this knight d2 idea. Well, actually h6 seems to be possible. h6, then at least in case of knight d2 black can take. Now that wouldn't be that scary for black, I'd say. Yeah, bishop a6 for example, cd5, taking d3, then even pawn takes d5. Yeah, that seems to be acceptable for black, and then c4, black answers with knight c6. Yeah, this one is just great for black, but apparently white is not playing knight d2 in this case. So white can try to take first on d5, and then perhaps move the knight somewhere. I don't know if e1 is good, and then hoping to get f3 and f4 and some kingside attack with this pawn mass on the king side. So let's say c5, white's playing f3, knight g5, and okay, numerous options already. Might be even bishop takes g5, and if queen takes, then f4 and 5, and looks like white is getting dangerous initiative here on the king side. So bc3 and black to move, and already sensible advantage for Connery in terms of time on the clock. So Gulisan spent already half an hour to play those 9 moves, and actually that's another critical point. So, but shouldn't be underestimated, as we already saw what can happen in a time trouble, especially when girls are playing. Okay, so moving further then, Katerina Lagnovis, Bella Hotenashvili, knight a5, a4, so one of the plans I've described, a4, knight c4, dc4, c6. So white has to be a little bit careful here. If black gets bishop e6 and d5, it will be just 2 bishops for black without much of a chance for white to get an advantage. So, and then if b3 is any good, b3, bishop d3, bishop b2. So trying to get the position I've described in my previous comments. So d5 doesn't seem to work, because cd5, cd5, ed5. Yeah, looks like we need the pawn for white. Eventually this pawn on e5 is dropped. So maybe that's just a way to continue. But of course black can try to prepare d5 anyway, playing queen c7, then rook d8, and trying to get d5. So, and well, it looks too early to play f4 in this particular position, because after e4, knight f4, black is just in time to play knight d7, then knight e5. So white has to be better prepared for this f4. So maybe queen d3 is an option. Then on rook d8, well, still rook d1 doesn't prevent d5, so maybe f4 could be an option, but as well d5 might be just the case. Okay, so I'm not really certain how to continue with white. c6, and Katerina Lagno is thinking, but definitely quite an original opening play, as it's only 9 moves being made, and both players actually seem not to be familiar with this position pretty much. So c6, I mean, well, because, well, first of all, I think it was a surprise for Bella, but as well Katerina is spending some time here. So that means they're already out of their books. Well, once again, moving to Stefanov off his sharks too. a3 was played, and black just found an adequate response on the other flank. a3, h6. Well, semi-waiting useful moves as well. Black is asking white to define with the plan, but to be honest, I don't see much arguments against bishop e3, for example, just defending pawn on d4 safely, soundly. Then actually the other option might be, well, okay, queen d3, which sometimes is the case here in isolated pawn position, but normally it has to be bishop on b3 to build up a battery with bishop c2. And here it's even more, because it fails tactically, because knight e5, and black is using a d-file to eliminate the strong bishop on f3. So queen d3 would be just bad. h6, but yeah, basically it looks like all white's play should be connected with more with queen side intentions, not the king side. So, well, bishop e3, or even b4. I'm not sure if b4 is not a good idea, although black of course can play knight d5 in this case. So maybe it's better to start with bishop e3, still to figure out how, yeah, bishop e3 was actually played. So white wants to figure out how exactly black is going to develop. The bishop on c8, which is still out of play for a moment. And here, in case of knight d5, well, it seems like white's gonna have a pleasant positional pressure after knight f4 and possibly queen b3. I'm not sure if black is not simply losing the pawn on d5. So bishop e3, and it makes it a little bit unpleasant for black, I'd say. So let's move once again to Harika Dronavali with Nafisa Muminova. I have to say it, a lot of supporters supporting Nafisa, the local player. So, well, her father, who is her trainer as well, her sisters, all the time they're around here. And okay, well, while being not that successful in terms of points got, but of course she played really a combative chess and, well, showed a very interesting display, and of course maybe a slight lack of experience, well, deprived her from a better result. We're gonna see in the next Grand Prix stages. Bishop d6 and knight c6 was just played, and dc5 was just played as well. So bishop c5. So we got to this hanging pawns position, and, well, after some consideration, I'd say perhaps white should start with queen c2 here. Also a useful move seemingly, and also indirectly attacking c6 pawn. There with some tricks possible, knight a4, queen c6 for example, so black seemingly has to defend this pawn. And if black plays queen d7, okay, I'm not sure if it's the best, and still rook d1 will renew the threat, or there is knight a4 for example, when black seems to be forced to play bishop a7, then b3, castle, bishop a3, eventually landing on this knight c5 square. So it's gonna mean, I believe, slightly better chances for white, but how much it is better, so we don't know yet, and we're going to figure out lately. Basically what white is trying to build up, in my opinion, is something like that. I mean, to get rid of those light pieces, even completely. Okay, this one particularly loses an exchange. The queen has to take on a7. Yeah, maybe actually it's not that easy, because after queen a7 it's not that easy to get to make this knight from e4 go away, actually. Yeah, rook c1 perhaps, and then in case of c5, rook d1. Yeah, so both pawns are actually weak in this, for example, in this situation, so white will have a better chances if it goes like that. So queen c5 and bishop c5 and queen c2 is one of the possibilities to press for white. Once again we are shown a game of our leader, Hampi Koner with Kulisan Nakpayeva. Well, bc3 and h6 was played. Yeah, h6 was played, while Hampi is thinking what to do. Actually, seems like white can win the pawn here by taking e4 and then playing knight d2. Though it's not clear if it's so tasty, this pawn. Well, I'm not sure how to execute it properly, but black seem to have some compensation on light squares. I'm not sure if queen h4, rook e1 should be included. Yeah, it might be like that. And then, well, actually it's not that clear if it's a good idea to include those moves, because there is actually another possibility of playing queen d7, then if white takes, it's queen c6, attacking both the knight and the pawn on c4. Well, maybe black situation is not that bad after all. After h6, yes, I guess we already described one of the possible plans, which seems to be actually quite dangerous, just to take d5. And well, I was voting for knight e1, but then I thought, okay, after taking d5, why not to play knight d2, which makes play a little bit more forced. And yeah, if black takes, then it's, well, simply better. No, then I guess maybe actually very dangerous because of f5, f4, f5 idea, getting a strong initiative here on the king side. So after knight d5, f5 comes into consideration, but well, yeah, maybe it's not that bad, but after f3, still knight d2 has to be played, because knight g5 just drops the pawn. f3, knight d2 has to be played. Bishop d2, still the pawn on f5 is hanging. And after something like queen d7, I'm not sure if black is able to, well, to keep a blockade. That's the one thing, but there is as well this typical idea, just breaking on, sacrificing the pawn just to use a, well, development advantage here. The rook e1, queen f7, for example, rook e5. Yeah, looks certainly dangerous for black. f5 is hanging, g6 is not possible as white simply takes h6. Yeah, looks certainly dangerous for black. So, of course, few options for white are available in this position. And, well, we started with a little bit of a delay, but it's already an end of a first hour of play, so guess we have a short break here and then coming back in 10 minutes to see how those games developed. Welcome back for a live coverage. It's 10th round of a Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent, and we are coming back once again with the game of our leader, Hampi Canero, who is facing actually Gulistan Nakbaeva, who is at last place here. So h6, this position we saw, I guess. Bishop a3 was played, Rook e8, and then white went for bishop e4, d4 and knight d2, so then white is trying to get this pawn, and it's a question if black has enough compensation, well, which at the moment seems to be problematic to find a compensation, but maybe black just has to play knight c6 after knight e4, knight a5. So maybe this way black should have something. Anyway, it's an extra pawn for white, so white has to be better. So I'm not sure. That seems like an opening didn't work so well for Gulistan Nakbaeva. The bishop a3, an interesting intermediate move. Rook e8, takes, knight d2. It's a question how to defend this pawn then. While it looks like e3 is possible, then after fe3, queen g5 seems to win the pawn back. But white's pressure on, well, e4 and no pawn back for black. Yeah, e4 closing the bishop, removing the pawn from the attacked spot. So e3 is not working then. Knight d2, yeah, black has certain difficulties defending. Well, there is queen d7 still, where knight takes, queen c6 gives black a chance to win the pawn back. Although even in this case it seems to be much better for white. I'd say rook e1, queen c4, and then even something brutal like f2, f4, intending f5, and well, seems to be a huge initiative for white. Well, this way queen defends g2 as well after f2, f4. So that's exactly a possibility to face queen d7. Okay, knight d2, and Gulistan is thinking, and well, I'm not quite sure if she's gonna score today. Even a half a point seems to be problematic in this position against the leader. Okay, Katerina Lagnovis Pella Hotenashvili. c6 was answered with b3, and then black played knight h5. Well, quite a provoking move, I have to say, as well black is maybe looking for f5 or even bishop g5 in case of bishop b2. So bishop b2, bishop g5 seems to be possible, at least to stop f4. Although it's still not clear, because bishop a3, even with the loss of a tempo, and then it might turn to be just a win of a tempo, because maybe bishop has to go back. So I'm not pretty sure about this knight h5, because f5 seemingly is not working here because of g4, although it might be a bit dangerous to weaken the king like that. So I'm not sure about this one. But it's possible Bella just decided to go for this, and then there might be some sacrifices here and there. Otherwise, bishop b2 of course seems logical, and it's even more because there is g2, g4, one of the options. After knight h5 is g2, g4, where knight has to retreat back. And then, okay, it weakens f4 square, but so far black pieces are a bit far from f4, so white can play knight g3, hoping to get to f5, also defending all the pawns here, and again queen d3 and possibly f4 lately. So seems comfortable positional pressure for white. even after g4, which is not a must. Yeah, and they're playing actually at a very slow rate. Only 10 moves was made in this 1 hour and 50 minutes from the start of the game. So, well, eventually it might be a bit of a time trouble in this game, I have to say, if they're going to continue like that. So, then I'm switching to Antonetta Stefanova with Zhao Xu. Well, Zhao Xu decided to move her bishop for a third time in this game. Bishop d6, queen c2, knight e7, at least black is getting the knight to e5, rook ac1, still white keeps pressure, but okay, but what black wants to do is to play knight d5, of course, to stop all the whites pressure on a queen side, and eventually maybe trying b6, bishop b7, though it's still not clear if white just continues to, well, actually it's not that easy as just to leave this bishop on e3, allow white to take it, but maybe it's not the best white can do. So in case of queen b3, for example, black's gonna take, f takes, and something like e5 is possible. e5, and in case of d5, okay, this d pawn is blocked, and it as well it restricts the bishop on f3, so bishop will be a bit passive because of this d5 pawn. So that's a way to continue for black in case of queen b3. So rook ac1, so far it's black to move, but this knight d5 seems to be quite logical actually, or knight f5, which is another possibility, but maybe in this case white can think about moving the bishop back. Well, yeah, maybe it's not possible. Yeah, bishop d2, it's knight h4, then black gets this f3 bishop, so knight f5 is actually a move to consider. And knight f5 intending to take e3 and to play e5 as I just described. Well, knight h4 is actually sort of a threat, so white has to do something about it. Yeah, all in all it's not that easy for white, and well, perhaps we have to admit that knight on e2 is not, it's not the best place for the knight in this position, we have to say. Yeah, so rook ac1, and well, they're both knight d5, knight f5 seem to be just okay for black. Yeah, actually maybe what black is trying to figure out if it's possible to play this knight to d5, which leaves a bit more options for both sides, because as well the other knight might be moved to f5 later. And in case of knight e4, for example, well, one of the options would be just not to retreat with the bishop, but to play b6, knight d6, queen d6, and okay, knights are very well placed, knight on d5, e7, covering all this c6, c7 squares, and bishop will be developed on b7 or even a6. So it looks comfortable for black, this one, even knight ed7. So moving further to Harika Dronavali with Nafisa Mominova, the game on our screen here. So bishop c5, white decided to play b3, not queen c2, okay, b3 castle, bishop b2, no, so the knight a4 was my recommendation, but bishop b2, okay, keeps all the options open, bishop d6 and rook c1. So exactly in spirit of Harika's style, slow positional pressure. Actually, I was a bit surprised yesterday when it came to tactics. Turns to be, well, she wasn't playing. She wasn't playing in the most precise way and lost her almost winning position against Kostyniuk. Then it looks like her best is this slow positional pressure, which she proved to be well, very strong player, taking nearly all her points in those similar positions, quiet positions with some positional advantage. So rook c1, and well, I'm not sure what to do for black, to be honest. Okay, black has to put all his pieces somewhere in the center, but well, still it looks not so much convenient. Queen e7, for instance. We go knight a4, and already some difficulties for black, because black has to defend c6. c5 is just bad because white takes f6 and then d5. While so rook a c8, then white has an option to play something like queen d3, attacking a6. They're quite unpleasant for black, I have to say. Yeah, black has to do something about this knight a4. Now perhaps to play rook c8 at once might be an idea. Then at least knight a4 is met with knight e4. Well, it won't be that easy for white then, but eventually white may just get f2, f3, not straight away, because queen h4 is sort of a threat. Yeah, maybe knight a4 is not needed actually. So rook c8, white can continue with queen f3, for instance, then preparing rook d1. Yeah, queen f3 might be an option as well. Okay, rook c1, and Nafisa is thinking, and she actually played queen e7 if I'm not mistaken. She actually just played queen e7, I guess. They're judging the camera view here, and she's definitely played a move with the queen, but e7 or d7 I'm not yet sure. Queen e7, so queen e7, and then it's a question how to react on knight a4, by the way. Well, there is rook c8, queen d3, maybe. No, I just thought maybe this typical bishop h2 may work, but yeah, knight g4, but white is not forced to play king g1. In case of king g1, queen e5, queen h4, it will just work here for black. So, who has at least a perpetual after retreat of this rook, queen f2, queen h4, but after queen d3, bishop h2 and knight g4, white has king h3 or king g3, and it seems to be much less clear. Now it's actually quite clear it doesn't work for black. Yeah, queen g5, and there is f2, f4. Black just has to resign after this one. So queen e7 and knight a4 looks quite tempting actually. Yeah, so I'm not sure if what she did was the correct way to handle the position. Okay, let's leave this game and move to the other one. Alexandra Kostyniuk as white. Classical Rui Lopez with exchange on e5 here. So what we saw was castle, and then black played b5. Well, which I have to say is a bit of a surprise, because I guess the point for black was to refrain from this b7 b5 as long as possible. Okay, not the case. Bishop c2, bishop g7, de5, and black takes with the knight. That's an interesting moment, because this knight on c6 is once again, I mean, if d takes e5, so knight on c6 will be restricted with this pawn, so knight is not that good. So black prefers to change pair of knights, and if white doesn't take, okay, it will be a bit of a different structure, but quite normal for black semi-open e-file. So I mean, if white is not taking, black just continues with the castle and so on. de5, knight e5, white takes e5, de5, knight b3, bishop, knight b3, castle was played, queen e2, bishop e6, intending bishop c4, so rook d1, queen e7. So it's all going to be about c5 square, I guess, and also, well, an acclivity of this g7 bishop. So basically, and okay, and bishop white's c2 bishop as well. Basically, black's position is very solid, so what can you expect from the symmetrical position here? So queen e7, but after bishop e3 already white is looking to take control on c4 over c5, and on knight d7, well, actually knight a5 might be an option, also heading to c6, not only c5. Knight a5 as well, covering c4, and possibly intending to play bishop b3 later. So it's all about the queen side and d file, and in these terms I'd say bishop on g7 so far is out of play, which might just define slight advantage for white. So that's a current situation, and white is thinking what to come up next with. Well, then Elina Danilyan with Olga Giria for one more time. Actually, the game developed pretty fast since we last saw it. So it was knight g5, rook e8, and a5. So Elina spent quite some time to play this move as well as the other, while Olga seems to be very well prepared. So a5, bishop f5, a pawn sacrifice, and the point of it is revealed after queen f3. Well, white is intending to play queen f7, and black cannot play queen e7 anymore. So if white would have tried queen f3 at once, that would be queen e7, and black is just fine. But after a5, I'm not quite sure if black had to take on a5, but anyway, Olga seems to be very well prepared. Bishop a5, queen f3, then there isn't any queen e7. Rook f8 is obviously bad after queen h3, attacking both h7 and e6, and knight cannot jump on f8 anymore. So queen f3, black plays knight f8, then check, king h8, queen takes b7. So queen takes b7, then knight f7 is a threat, of course. As well, rook e7 is met with knight f7, so that's a nice trick. Knight f7, king g8, because white's queen seems also to be attacked, but after knight d8, knight defends the queen, and that will be, of course, bad for black. Queen b7, queen b6. Then check on f7, king g8, queen takes b6, bishop takes b6, knight d6, rook e b8, and bishop e3. So what this eyes got there? Well, of course, a nicely placed knight on d6, and there might be some pressure here on the queen side for white, but well, maybe this one will be a critical line. Bishop c7, let's say, rook c1, bishop d6, e d6, and it's not that easy to say if this pawn's going to be lost or will become just a strong passed pawn, and white, then in this case white should be practically winning. But okay, that's one of the principal ways, of course, to continue. Bishop c7, and then it's a question if okay, because this knight can't move really. Rook a6 seems to be too slow, so black at least can take b2, which is, well, seems to be okay for black. I'm not sure if white has anything. Yeah, at the moment black is a pawn up after all. Yeah, there is also a trick after rook c1, black can play rook b6, so simply eliminating the pawn, and then Okay, doesn't seem to be very nice for white. So bishop c7, and white is practically forced to play rook c1, bishop d6, cd6, and that is probably a critical position for the whole line. Okay, if black takes b2, it might be a bit dangerous, because rook c7 is going to be played. This knight is not on the best position whatsoever. Knight on f8 and rook b6. White has bishop f4, so heading to e5, attacking g7. So bishop c7, rook c1, bishop d6, cd6. Maybe still black has to try to eliminate this pawn. Maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe the whole line is not good for black, so maybe bishop c7 is not the move. Yeah, rook b6, it's still bishop f4 and then bishop e5. Yeah, this pawn turns to be rather strong. So bishop e3, but well, then it's a question if black can do something else, because well, white's next move still looks pretty clear. Rook c1, and well, although there aren't any squares on c5 for rook penetration, but still it's not that easy for black. Okay, h6 might be just a try. Yeah, h6. If white plays f4, then it makes things a bit different. Then bishop c7, take there, rook b6, and there isn't f4 square, so f4 square is occupied, so black cannot defend the pawn on d6. So eventually it's going to be roughly equal, I guess, after rook c7, rook d6, taking a7, and just somehow black has to develop this knight, maybe by knight d7, and looks like black should hold here, although still white has a bit more pleasant position. Yeah, bishop d2, bishop b4, yeah, still white is better. Yeah, maybe this endgame is a bit tricky as it seems. Well, once again to Hampi Canero with Kulishan Nakpaeva. I don't know if Kulishan found the way. So knight c6 she indeed played, and Hampi answered with rook b1. Yeah, rook b1, so that means white is preparing to play c5, possibly on knight a5. White is prepared to play c5 and then to capture this pawn later. Well, no, it's not that easy. c5 is met with queen d5, so maybe c5 is not a case actually. Though I'm not sure about this rook p1. Yeah, rook p1, knight a5. Well, perhaps bishop b4, knight c6 back, and then taking the pawn. Yeah, that's probably what Hampi Canero means. Yeah, take the pawn here, and then knight b4. We have rook b4 as white. So rook b1, which makes it hard for black to defend the pawn on e4, and well, I'm not quite sure if that was a proper opening play from black, so I have to repeat this one. Once again, moving to this time to Katerina Lagnovis Bella Hondenashvili. Yeah, and white actually chose the aggressive approach, and I've mentioned in my previous comments that g4 and knight g3, while covering a lot of squares, but as well, yeah, still f4 is somewhat weakened, and that is what black is trying to prove with her next move, knight e8. So knight is heading to e6 here in order to get to d4 or f4, depending on circumstances. It's just a question what's gonna happen on knight f5, because in this case black might be not in time to bring the knight. So bishop a3, and it seems like black has to react already. But once again, it might be a little bit trickier than it seems, because knight e6, if white takes e7 then d6, it might be something with queen h4, looking for a counter attack, and then queen f3, black has rook e8 for example, if not knight f4 actually, but at least rook e8, so going to be pretty tricky. So bishop e5 seems not possible, because there is knight g5, queen g3, and funny looking rook takes e5. And while both queen h4 and queen e5 are answered with knight f3. So bishop e5 is not the move. Well, possibly white will have to continue queen g3, and this of course should be some compensation for black's material loss. Let's say f6. Although still it looks somewhat better for white after, say, king g2. Yeah, after all it's an extra pawn. Well, so knight e8, and Katerina is thinking here. Well, I mean, she has to do something about this knight coming to e6, and knight f5 seems to be one of the options, of course. But well, I mean, I'm not sure if black has anything better than the line we mentioned. Knight c7, bishop a3. If black takes f5, then still it looks like some pressure for white. After g f5, possibly king h1, rook g1. Yeah, black is not hadn't equalized it yet, as this knight is still remains passive. So knight e8, and Bella is thinking which move to make then. So we can switch to Antoaneta Stefanova and Zhao Xu. Stefanova is now screened, so that means, well, so rook ac1, bishop d7 actually was the move. Well, not sure if I'm not missing anything, as it seems like white can just take. So it's hard to say really what was meant. So that could have been, of course, a slight error in this transmission. So I mean, just an error with a move order, because it could have been rook b8 and then queen b3, bishop d7. Because in case of bishop d7, I don't see. Ah, well, maybe there's bishop h2, which computer shows. Maybe that was the point. So bishop h2. Then if king 10 it takes, it's of course queen c7. Yeah, little trick. Yeah, exactly. So queen c7 and then taking b7. Or otherwise, after king h1, black just plays rook b8, and once again white's king shelter is somewhat ruined here. Okay, so bishop d7, queen b3. Black played rook b8, which offers white a chance to come up with d5, by the way, which has to be considered actually. d5, opening the bishop, intending to grab a pawn on e7. Well, and knowing Antoaneta to be quite a principled player, that's actually pretty much possible. She's gonna play d5, at least to clarify what black's intentions are here. Knight d5, and I don't know, perhaps just to take a7 at once. So black still will have to prove she has enough compensation after, say, rook a8, queen takes. So rook b8 and d5 really looks like a move here. So, I mean, otherwise black is ready to play knight d5 or even bishop c6. It's a decent play. So d5 seems to be one of the real chances here. Well, I'm not sure about knight b4, knight b5, by the way, as it seems almost forced for black to take. So knight b5. Yeah, perhaps just one more option for white at least. White's knight from e2 will go to c3, so there won't be double piece fighting for one square. Well, queen b5, although after knight d5 it seems like black is perfectly solid, so maybe this bishop on d7 it wasn't that precious for black, so d5 seems to be d5 seems to be more aggressive, and I don't know if black can play something like, well, a6 still allows bishop a7, so I'm not sure if it's actually a defense. Perhaps b6 is a bit better here, although still taking e6, queen a4, rook d1, so maybe black won't be really in time to cover all the weaknesses, because there is knight d4, there is rook d1, also queen a7 might be the case. But again, knight d5 for instance, that takes d5, knight d5, and then yeah, okay, this looks like a decent choice. Okay, Antoinetta just played d5, by the way. This looks like a decent choice for black after rook d1. Actually, while the bishop is attacked, well, maybe it's not that easy. Once again, the bishop is attacked and there's some sort of unpleasant pin on d file, so both bishops are in a danger. So queen d4 is the threat, for instance. Well, d5, and we shall see what Xiaoxu prepared against it. Stefano is a bit short on time, but still 40 minutes is pretty much enough. So no time trouble so far. Moving further to Harika Džonovali with Nafisa Muminova. Knight a4 as we predicted, the rook ac1, rook ac8, pardon, and then, well, still I'm not sure what to do after queen d3. Well, the pawn is definitely hanging. Oh well, no, Harika decided to play it another way, so she took on f6. She took on f6. Well, looks quite logical if black just takes with the queen. Yeah, maybe that was just a way for Harika to ensure her king against any possible threats, because now by simply playing g2, g3, white defends against any possible threats. So queen f6 was played, of course, an obvious move. And then it might be continued like queen d3, a5, and then maybe trying to double the rooks here. Although if it doesn't bring any immediate benefits, I'm not sure if it was the best idea, I mean, to give away the bishop on f6. Looks like a bit less pressure without this bishop for white. Yeah, and she, if you've seen, it's on a video stream, she was about to make the move, but then she started to dislike something, so I'm not sure if this queen d3 will be played. Still, I mean, I don't see any tactical possibilities. Okay, there is, well, maybe knight c5 actually, intending knight d7 and knight a6 as well, and then it's going to be, well, actually knight d7 is not such a threat, by the way. Yeah, a5 is just possible, knight d7. White has, black has bishop h2. Then in case of king h2, queen d6. Oh well, she played, she's about to play knight d5, so she's, well, almost touched the knight. Yeah, so this line actually explains why she might be in doubt about playing knight c5. Yeah, knight c5 was played. And well, what white is looking for, of course, is for this exchange, bishop takes, rook takes, when both a6 or c6 are rather weak. So this, of course, will be just a safe advantage with no chance for counterplay from black's side. So I guess a5 is much better, and that's normally the move black has to play. then at least black will have a chance to take on c5 and play a4 lately. Well, okay, knight c5, and let's leave Nafisa thinking. Once again going to switch to Hampikonero with Kulishan Nakpayeva. Yeah, Hampikonero with Kulishan Nakpayeva, rook a b1, and black just played f5. Already I'd say black's position is committed to the maximum. Queen f6, and well, white just seems like white just can take on e4 anyway. After queen g6 to play even the modest g2, f2, f3, or rook e1. Yeah, okay, f3 seems to be super safe, and okay, one pawn up. So even like that, it looks much better for white. But apart from that, there might be some different options, of course. Yeah, pretty good chance for Hampikonero at least to remain in the lead with 1 point in front of the field, and possibly even to extend it if none of her pursuers is gonna score today. Well, a bit of a pause in the game of Katerina Lagnov with Bella Hontenashvili. So still white is thinking after knight e8. So perhaps this line which I've described, this knight f5, maybe it doesn't work that much for black, so for white, sorry. So knight c7, bishop a3, then it comes to a decision what to do with the d6 pawn. Well, and this try to sacrifice it. Well, I don't see if it works. Bishop d6. So as I said, queen h4, queen f3, rook e8. Then bishop e5 is not possible, but queen g3 seems to be just good. Well, it's hard to say if black has enough compensation after, say, take. Well, maybe knight d4, but still white will defend. White will defend c2 carefully, and then okay, will start to try to make use of her extra pawn. So rook e8, and this knight f5 looks like one of the options for Katerina Lagnov. Back to our the farthest advanced game so far. Lina Danielian with Olga Giria, bishop e3, and black played bishop d8, attacking the pawn on a2, on b2. So rook a2 was played, and rook b4. So, well, rook will be nicely placed here on b4, then bishop's gonna be returned on b6, pressurizing d4 already with 2 pieces. Actually, the other purpose bishop went to d8 might be black's g6, g5 move, eventually getting the knight to g6 and then trying to regroup it somewhere, e7, f5, let's say, or c6. So we don't know what's going to happen, but definitely rook b4 is a nice move. Rook b4, making use of the rook on b file to the maximum, so not only pressing b2 but d4 as well. Well, it turns out that white's nicely placed knight on d6 actually might be recarved in red colors. At the moment it seems to be out of play. Yeah, it looks quite nicely, this knight on d6, but well, it's hard to improve the position for white, to be honest. As well, I just spotted the other plan for black to play a5, a4, and then to free this rook as well. So maybe, so we don't know yet how to assess the position properly. Maybe it's just Better for black, I'm not sure. Okay, rook b4, g3 was the move of Elina Danielian. And then I'd say black keeps all the options open. b4, oh sorry, g5 as well, a5. Maybe even bishop b6. Yeah, bishop b6 looks like a possibility for me. Bishop b6, rook d8, but still rook on b4 seems to be safely placed, so g5 then. So if white takes g5, black's gonna take d4. g5, then knight is not moving at all, bishop is not moving. I mean, all the white pieces are tied with the defense of her weak b2 and d4 pawns when knight on d6 is restricted. And meanwhile, black will try to transfer this knight somewhere. Yeah, so this already starts to look better for black after, say, bishop b6. Okay, and of course, if there isn't a case that I'm just missing something, so, well, I thought, okay, maybe white has to try something more active, like sacrificing the pawn with rook c1. Then, okay, takes d4 and rook c7. This is far more likely, I'd say. It's far more likely trying to prove this knight is still passive and hoping to get to the 7th rank, maybe, with the other rook. Although still it's hard to imagine. Well, we just saw Gulishan Nakpayeva and Hampi Koneru. Hampi just made the move. So let's find out which move it was. Queen f6. First of all, white played rook e1, knight a5, and bishop b4. So it becomes a bit trickier here. Yeah, bishop b4, and I'm not sure what was intentions of Gulishan, by the way, because looks like knight has to retreat. And in this case, of course, white just gonna capture e4. No. Queen g5. The queen g5. Also defending the knight. So in case of bishop a5, I suspect black prepared intermediate e3. e3 attacking g2. Yeah, so queen g2 is the threat then. White is forced to play knight e4. And even if black doesn't have anything better than this, black can try bishop takes, queen takes, takes f2, and to take a5. And black's position doesn't seem to be that bad. Maybe not worse at all. Yeah, both pawns are attacked, and oops, sorry. So both pawns are attacked, and then on queen c2 at least black has queen f5, which should be just an equal endgame. So queen g5, black is still balancing, not losing any material so far, but after something solid like rook f3, rook e3, pardon, so rook e3 blocking this pawn, not taking it but blocking instead, still looks better for white. Then perhaps white still looks to take on a5, and also this rook might be just played to g3 in a proper moment. Yes, so rook e3 definitely worth a try. So I guess we can discuss the situation in the tournament a little bit. Well, Hampi Koneru is leading, that we've mentioned already, while 6.5 points out of 6.5 points after 9 rounds, which makes +4. But she had the same after 8 rounds, so that means, okay, this last rounds lost a bit spoiled her till that moment brilliant performance. Well, and she was actually quite lucky as both of her pursuiters lost, so that we already mentioned at the beginning. Katerina Lagno and Harika Dranavali still have 5.5 points, 1 point behind the leader, and so the same has Bella Hotenashvili, who actually at the moment placed number 2. I don't know actually tiebreak criteria, maybe a number of wins, because Bella made only 1 draw so far, so has the least number of draws from the whole tournament. Well, the same 1 draw has actually Zhao Xu, just missed it. Okay, so those 3 players are tied for places from 2nd to 4th. Then we have three players on 50%. It's Antonetta Stefanova, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, sorry, I missed Juvin June. So Juvin June is on +1 with 5 points after 9 rounds. And she's placed clear 5th place from the field. Yeah, then it's Olga Giria, Antonetta Stefanova, and Zhao Xu, all on 50%. Yeah, followed by Alexandra Kostyniuk and Elina Danilian on -1. And well, local player Nafisa Muminova is placed on 11th place with 3 points, but she already scored 2 wins, so I mean at least improved her situation a little bit. And still, but okay, she still has all the opponents are tough for her. Today she's playing Harika Dronavani, and she has Kostyniuk with black in the last round. And with 1.5 points and no wins so far, it's, well, in last place Kulishanna Kpaeva. And well, once again I'll mention that, well, a lack of experience somehow deprives her from points, which she definitely deserves with her nice play. So she lost really a lot of unnecessary games. So, well, if we switch to tennis terminology, I'd say it's a lot of unforced errors she made. And well, this particular one doesn't look any better, I have to say. Well, Humpy just made the move, which I mentioned, rook e3, blocking the pawn safely, intending to play rook to g3 here. And okay, and I believe that will be an end of our 2nd hour coverage, and we are coming back in some 10 minutes to see the 3rd hour of play. Ladies and gentlemen, dear chess friends, welcome for live coverage of FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. It's a 10th round and we already approached the third hour of play here. So once again, back to the games, and once again I want to continue with the game of our leader, which is actually at our screen now. So Humpy Conero as white against Gulishan Nagbaeva, who's actually placed last in the tournament. So bishop b4 we've seen, I guess, yeah, knight a5, bishop b4, queen g5, looking for some e3 ideas, and rook e3, safely blocking the pawn and possibly transferring the rook to g3 later. And black decided to play rook c8. So, well, what happens there? So I'm still not sure if black didn't misplayed it completely, because actually at the moment I just spotted the idea of playing d5 here. Yeah, d5, and it might be just very unpleasant, because ed5 seems impossible because of rook g3 intermediate and then taking the knight on a5. So if queen is moved somewhere, then white just gonna take on a5. Although it might be an idea for black as well. So d4 then. Yeah, d4. And if bishop is retreated, then maybe just black has a good compensation after c5 or d3 first. Yeah, so it's not that easy. d4, I thought it's... Yeah, bishop b4, then d3. When queen is retreated, c5. Bishop is really out of play. Well, black will get only one pawn, but okay, maybe some compensation here for black. Yeah, his white pieces fail to impress in this particular position. Yeah, so maybe d5 is not the best way to execute the position. Well, it's a question how not to leave this knight. Okay, rook g3. Another possibility, of course. Then queen h5, and well, maybe just bring the other rook here on e1. Still, to use this one influence on b7 seems to be hardly possible, so maybe just to bring another rook to e1, then intending to take, or maybe try to play d5 here. Well, still ed5 seems possible. Bishop a5, d4, bishop b4, d3, right. Well, at least in this case, white's gonna change queens. Yeah, this one is maybe a better version after all. So to start with rook g3. Well, anyway, there is... well, h4 was actually played. So h4. I just wonder what's gonna happen in case of queen h5. Well, to be honest, I don't like this h4 that much. Well, I mean, d5 here doesn't seem to work. d5 and d4. Then, okay, perhaps white can try to win a pawn here. Yeah, c takes, queen a5, knight e4 will bring white an extra pawn, but still not clear if it's convincing. So yeah, that's exactly an extra pawn, because queen a2, this line is not possible for black, so I have to explain this one. Queen e6 check, then black has to play king h7, otherwise rook is taken with check. Then queen f5, g6, queen d7, finally this rook is taken with check and white is winning. So knight e4 will win the pawn, although still might be some chances for black. So perhaps in this case cd4, queen a5, maybe d5 is just stronger, although I'm still not sure if h4 is the best move in this position, because it could have been done in almost the same way with rook being on g3. Anyway, h4 was just played. It comes to Gulishan Nagbaeva to make the move, so we're gonna leave this game and try to find out how the other games are developing. So at the moment it's Bella Hotinashvili as a black against Katerina Lagno. So this position we saw, and it was, well, those two players are in pursuit of the leader, so 1 point behind. Knight f5 was played, and then knight c7, the line I've mentioned in our previous comments, wasn't actually played, so instead black took on f5. Well, it's a bit surprising, because in this position it seems, actually, to me it seems logical to try ef5, and then knight will have a nice square on e4, but maybe white doesn't have enough resources to stop d5 in this case. So white took with this pawn, and bishop g5 followed, and white played bishop a3. Well, still I'm not sure if it's so good for white, because black may think about bishop f4. Well, it's pretty complex, this one. So bishop a3 and Bella Hotinashvili to move. Well, 25, so only 15 moves made, 25 moves to time control, and 25 minutes left for Katerina Lagno. So already it starts to be intense on time as well. Okay, back then to Antonetta Stefanova with Jiaoxu. d5 we saw, and well, b6 was played, one of the lines we mentioned already. So take on e6, bishop e6, queen a4, knight f5 instead of knight d5. Black prefer knight f5, bishop f4, and white decided to take with the queen, because in case of knight f4, I believe knight d4 or even queen d4 might be. No, queen d4 is not good, because queen on a4 is defended, so queen d4, then it would be knight e6 at least. White may hope for something, but knight d4 seems to be convincing. Knight d4, and with a threat to ruin white's king's shelter with knight f3, and black has to be just fine. So queen f4, and well, black to move, and I don't know if white still has some pressure here, because it seems like black managed to solve the problems here. And in this case it might be just about exchanging some more pieces and eventually finishing in a draw. At least symmetrical structure is voting for a draw to be a probable result here. Well, still perhaps white, I mean black has to be a bit precise here. Somehow white looks a bit more active, but well, obviously it's not that easy to target anything. Yeah, so something like queen e7 just should be fine for black. Well, okay, so moving further then, Harika Dronavali with Nafisa Muminova. So knight c5 we just saw, I guess, and a5 was played, so Nafisa found this possibility. Then knight d7 is met with bishop takes h2. The white played queen d4, bishop e5, queen a4, bishop d6, while bishop d6, and once again pawn cannot be taken, so that's the trick. Actually queen a5, black has rook a8, and okay, white can take the pawn, but black just gonna win the pawn back, I guess. Okay, in case of queen b6, actually black is seemingly winning after rook b8, because queen c6 fails to bishop h2, losing the queen. Well, anyway, bishop e5, white went queen a4, bishop d6, queen d4, bishop e5. So black is happy with the repetition here in this position, but I'm not sure if white's gonna repeat. At least queen d2 white can try. Once again targeting the pawn, and on bishop d6 well, white may consider to play something like g2, g3. Always queen on a4, so it's just a question if not if this one is not a third time repetition. So queen a4. Yeah, if black repeats bishop d6, then queen d4 would be a mistake, because it will be a third time repetition. I mean, a mistake if white wants to play on. But something like g3 is just possible. But still, black seems to have some more problems to solve. So that's our current situation, and Harika is thinking. Ah well, beg your pardon for that. Actually, a5. It's not the case. Yeah, a5. Queen is on f6. Now that just got it wrongly. g3 was played instead. Queen e7 attacking the knight. Queen d4, bishop e5. So that's the point they are repeating the most. Queen d4, bishop e5. Yeah, so it's a bit different then. Well, still not sure if white has to repeat, even by moving back, and then on bishop d6 moving back the knight. Maybe it's still some hope for advantage for white. Then trying to play rook c2 later on. Okay, so Harika is actually thinking in this position, not the one I mentioned before. So I apologize for that. Moving to Alexandra Kostyniuk with Ju. Well, it advanced much further from this point actually. And okay, few more moves been predicted. Bishop e3, knight d7, knight a5, rook c8. So white went knight c6, queen e8, a4, knight b6, bishop takes b6, and queen c6. So this way knights are changed. Black seems to be perfectly solid here, to be honest. Rook d8, so I don't expect white to get much of an advantage. ab5, ab5, bishop d3. White chose to change pair of rooks and to play bishop c4. And after bishop c4, black captures with the pawn. I guess it's important to note that if black captures with the queen here, then after queen's exchange and king f1, this pawn on c4 turns to be rather weak. So on rook b8, white already can play rook a4, by the way. Yeah, because rook b2 is not possible. But even if white's gonna play slow bishop c1, then lifting the rook to a4, the black's defensive task will be fairly unpleasant. So that's why black prefers to keep the queen on the board. bc4, so this way e4 is attacked as well. e4 is attacked as well, and rook d1 followed from Alexandra Kostyniuk. So well, then I'm not sure what's gonna happen in case of taking there on d1 and taking the pawn. Because, well, black is not in time to mate. White is not in time to mate because black is first here in this line, so queen d1 and queen e4. And it's a question what was prepared by Alexandra Kostyniuk. Still, white shouldn't be, black shouldn't be worse here. No, white shouldn't be worse, of course. Yeah, bishop f8 and h3. Maybe that's the point of Kostyniuk's play. Something like h3, then bishop h6 is the threat. Yeah, doesn't seem to be any worse for black anyway. Queen e7, and it might be just repetition, so black somehow cannot avoid this spin, but as well I don't see how white can make progress. This looks like an equality to me. So rook d1, and black is thinking. Still enough time for both players. 23 minutes has Alexandra Kostyniuk, and Juvin Junhen's 36 minutes, and it's 15 moves till the time control. So then switching to our somewhat tricky endgame, and I'm pleased to discover then I actually found the way which happened in the game. So that's Elina Danilian with Olga Gira. We saw g2, g3, and I said after bishop b6, rook d1 looks clearly inferior, because all white pieces would be tied with the defense of d4 and b2 pawns. So white played it more lively, rook c1. After taking d4, white played rook c7. So this way knight on f8 is passive. Well, actually it becomes rather tricky, I have to say. So just spotting an idea, if black is not careful enough, let's say if black plays rook b4, if black plays rook b4, then white can just take c7, and on rook b2 there is knight e8, which will be definitely pretty much unplayed. Actually rook b4 was just played, so I don't know how to face knight e8 for black then, because to rook b8, jack, and rook e7, the position looks rather passive, although d pawn might just start running. d4, white has the king to stop the pawn, d3, king e1. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. So knight to f6, rook to f7, and black is practically paralyzed here, so knight is not moving. Rook b4, yeah. Rook b4 was played, and then, of course, white should strongly consider this line with taking on a7, which is practically forced, by the way. Rook a7, then take. Well, I mean, black could play rook b8 here, but then still the knight is not moving, and after, say, h2, h4, it's still hard to get this f8 knight into play. So rook b4, and then Elina is thinking what to do next. And okay, we made just a full circle, and then we are coming to the game which we started with. It's Hampi Canero with Ulishanna Kpaeva, so 2 more moves. h4, queen f5 actually was played, so I assume it still wasn't good to take a5, as Hampi proceeded with rook e1, and black played bishop c6. So eventually I expect white to take on a5 sooner or later, then followed by taking the pawn on e4. But well, black is still fighting, which is a bit surprising, I have to say, and as it looked just terribly bad for him. But still somehow black managed to still be alive, and okay, I'm not sure if white is better than this option, so taking e4 here, though it might be just enough, because then knight f6 is the threat. Maybe black is just not in time to defend here. So in the case of queen f5, well, it's actually still looks pretty bad. So queen e2, for instance, and then there's strong pressure on e6. Eventually with knight g3, and I won't be surprised if e6 falls as well. Well, once again, I have to mention it's very good chance, of course, for Hampikonero to practically finish the tournament, especially if none of her pursuers is gonna win. And this question to be answered in this particular game, a game between Katerina Lagno and Bella Hotenashvili, in which black just played bishop h6, and well, that's when it comes to be exciting, as well. Katerina has 18 minutes left, Bella has slightly less than half an hour, and it's only move 15, so we expect really a time trouble here, after which, I mean, it's going to be clarified, I expect. So far what black's point, well, if I got it right, is to step on g5 with the queen, and then maybe try to change queens here, or queen h4 might be an option as well. So just clearing this diagonal for the queen, making both g5 and h4 available. Well, but to be honest, I'm not sure about the consequences of this exchange. For example, in case of queen g4, intending to bring the rook to d1, for example, and then say queen g5. Well, white can even think about the bishop c1 here, because this one seems to be a huge advantage for white, with still this pawn being weak. And all those double pawns are not really weaknesses, but yeah, still a bit hard to find a job for white's knight. But apparently, if knight comes to d3 somehow, there are routes, right? Knight d1, knight b2, knight d3, then eventually supporting f2, f4. No, well, just a space advantage is enough for white to claim the overall edge. So queen f3 instead was played. So queen f3. White is not in the mood to change queens so far. Perhaps relying on some kingside attack after king f1, rook g, king h1, rook g1, and also, of course, this rook is gonna be placed on d1. Yeah, looks better for white, but a little bit less time on the clock, and this might be vital as well. So back to Stefanova with Zhao Xu. Yeah, rook c8, knight b5. So that was the continuation of this game, and I guess I've already mentioned in one of my previous reports, Chinese players are of a very concrete nature, and this is just shown by Zhao Xu, who played g7, g5. Quite aggressive move here, although not sure where it leads. Basically, if white is, well, I'd say if white's scared too much, she can still play rook c8, queen c8, and something like queen c7, after which shouldn't be a problem for white, I'd say. Although maybe still a bit problematic. Yeah, bishop c4, and somehow white's pieces are, well, still rook c1 shouldn't be much of a danger. Rook c1, somehow white is in time to organize the pieces in a better way. Well, the symmetrical nature of the position is probably ensures both sides from getting too bad. Although if you continue to play like g5, you can still set the position on fire. It's still hard to say at the moment in which favor all this mess gonna be. Well, g5, and we as well approaching a, well, not exactly a time trouble stage, but when they starting to be short on time, and well, that's normally the most exciting stage of the game here. Well, as was predicted, Harika Dronovali rejected the repetition of moves here by playing queen d2 in this position, so it's Harika Dronovali with Nafisa Muminova, and well, Harika is another player who is pursuing Hampikonero. Bishop d6 and queen c3. h7, h5 was a move of Muminova, actually a nice try to somehow weaken white's king to create a counterplay. Rook c2, defending a2. So now, in case of h4, for example, black has to concede queen takes b6, and while rook a8 can be answered with, well, queen c3 at least, also brings white an extra pawn. But I'm not sure if white can win this one. Rook b2, and after rook b6, h3, white is just, I mean, black is quite active, so I'm not sure if white can hope to win this one. Well, anyway, rook c2 was played, and let's see how it's going to be. I mean, what's going to be black's reaction here. By the way, black already could have transposed to this endgame, which I mentioned before, with maybe a pawn less, but some activity. But maybe black still thought it's not the time yet, and perhaps he's right. So doesn't seem to be critical, black's situation here. Still, something like h4 seems highly possible. By the way, after h4, queen a5, black just may try to play for a compensation here somehow. Don't know if by capturing on g3 or something like that. Well, we shall see in the nearest future game as black against Alexandra Kostyniuk, after Alexandra played rook d1. So I'm still trying to figure out what's prepared after rook d1 to ensure whose position has to be preferred. h3. Well, actually, I'd say queen d3, for instance, looks more or less the same. Queen c7, and well, perhaps. No, I thought about some sort of counterattack, but no, it can't be good. So white just can capture the pawn, then check g3. Okay, that's not the way to hold the position with black, instead of having extra pawn being a pawn down already. Yeah, so both king g7 or queen c6 seem to be sufficient to hold the balance, and I'm not sure at all if black has more than that. Well, moving once again to Danielian with Gira. Rook b4, and Alina actually found a very nice maneuver. Rook a3, which, okay, I'm not sure if it works, but if it works, it's gonna be just brilliant. So rook is heading to f3 and f7. Well, a bit of unexpected route, but well, it's hard to say if there is any defense against this plan, to be honest, because, well, that's gonna mean, of course, an end of the game if a rook arrives to f7. Still h7 is defended, but I mean, with two rooks on 7th rank, it looks pretty bad for black. So let's try to make it okay. Let's assume black has no defense, and then black is just going to take as much as possible during this time. Rook e2, rook f7, rook e5. Okay, so black has got 3 pawns in the present position. But okay, first of all, white takes 1 pawn back, then probably moves the rook back, threatening knight f7 as well. So after check, king g2, it's still dangerous for black. I don't know if black can manage to hold it, because after, say, a5, finally white's threat is revealed, knight f7. So in case of king g8, it's just mating after rook g7, it's rook g8 mate, or rook h7 mate if, okay, knight cannot move really, so knight d7, we just take the knight. Okay, then after knight f7, king g7, another idea comes into play, knight e5, and after both
king h6 or king f6. f4 seems to finish the game practically. Okay, king f5, check, h3, and nice mate after rook h7. So that's white street, which should be strongly considered with black. So after rook h3, don't know if black has anything better than to take on b2, but then maybe black has to try to run with the pawn in order to be... I'm not sure if black is in time. Check, test, rook f4, a3. Now still black is not in time here. Check, check, and rook g7. In even one more move, it's not clear if would have saved black if black plays not a2 in this position, but a1 with check, king g2. Yeah, okay, that would be another story. Well, this one is obviously winning for white. Well, so all of a sudden white is in a... well, black is in a tight spot here already after rook b4. So rook b4 looks a bit careless, I have to say. Looks a bit careless, although I didn't saw this rook a3, rook f3 idea, so otherwise... So I mean, in this case my a5, which I've been recommending just to avoid rook a7, and still it falls under rook a3, rook f3 maneuver. So maybe the whole concept is, well, not working perfectly. Rook b4, rook a3, let's assume still taking there. Let's assume some greedy chess, rook e2, rook e7. So still black has to take, check, rook e7. I thought about rook h5 as the try, but still looks horrible, to be honest. Even after g4, I mean rook h4, f3 with such a rook, normally the game shouldn't last for long. Looks like too many options for black to finish the game in his favor. Actually, one of them being knight c8 and rook e8, by the way. So maybe that's just gonna win straight ahead. Knight e8. Well, then in this case at least rook is moved to f-file. Now g4 is just good, and f3. Okay, also setting this rook out of play. Yeah, rook a3 is actually a brilliant move. Really a nice move, which was possibly missed by Olga Giria. Now I have to say, situation looks terrible for, well, I'd say rather dramatic for black. Definitely critical position here. So if black doesn't have an adequate resource, he might just stop the clock here. Well, yeah, looks desperate. I don't know, g5. Still this knight is not in time to defend anything. Rook f7. No, rook f3, knight g6, rook f7, and that's it once again. Knight e5. It's just a finish. Because everything falls. Yeah, rook a3 looks pretty much problematic. Okay, switching next to Kulishanna Kapayeva with Hampi Conero. The bishop c6. Well, then sent with, as we said, bishop a5, queen a5, knight e4. We need the pawn. Queen h5 was the move. Knight g3. Queen takes. Okay, I'm a bit surprised with this knight g3, to be honest. So white decided she don't want to play g3 at all, just not to weaken her own king, which is, okay, I'd say just a relative weakness, but okay, nevertheless. Knight g3, queen h4, queen g6, and bishop d7. So far white continues to hope for a positive outcome, although it looks, well, looks pretty bad after, say, d4, d5. Normally a move like that should decide the game. Yeah, if not knight h5 actually, because knight h5 also looks quite attractive, I have to say. Knight h5 and then... Okay, possibly the only move for black is queen g5, which is of course leads to terribly bad endgame. After rook g3, maybe just lost. Yeah, so that's exactly what Humpy did, knight h5. Although maybe d5 was a bit stronger, but still knight h5 seems just to win. Because otherwise, apart from queen g5, I don't see any way to defend on g7. Yeah, actually, queen g5 was just played, and of course it's very comfortable for Humpy. I mean, she enjoys herself very much when she's allowed to play such an endgame with a huge advantage. Okay, things are much less clear in a game of Katerina Lagnovis. Bella Hotenashvili, they increased the rate of play pretty much, so let's find out how it developed. Queen f6, rook a d1, g6, rook d3, king h8, king h1, and rook g8. So, well, black uses the fact this knight on c3 fails to find a good way to enter the action, and basically what happens, black in white is actually inviting white to win, so-called win the pawn on d6 by playing rook d1 then taking d6, but then all black pieces becoming very active. So in this case, for example, black may, well, actually I'm not sure, I thought bishop f4, but okay, even if black skips the move in some way, I'm not sure. Let's say queen h4, for instance, queen g4, and just moving back. Still, I mean, if white takes, it's rather double-edged, because bishop might be transferred after bishop f8 to c5, and so on. So it's not clear what's going on. Well, both knights are actually quite passive in this position, and well, of course, white has a huge room advantage, but it's not clear if she's gonna manage to keep everything defended. Okay, moving to Stefanova with Zhao Xu one more time. So g5. Antoanetta prefers to keep the tension to play queen a4 without taking c8. Yeah, still this g5 seems to be a bit of too much for me, I'd say. Yeah, maybe there is the way to equalize by 4 for black, but I'm just not sure. Okay, so at the moment a7 is hanging, and a5 of course will give white some time to regroup. I'm still not sure in which way to regroup for white, although this knight to d4, which is a possibility, or well, maybe after all white just has to play g3 to ensure this bishop is safely placed. So that might be just the case. So queen a4, and what's good about Antoanetta's position is actually a situation on the clock, so she has comfortable 24 minutes, while Zhao Xu has already her seconds on display, which means her time actually reduced to less than 10 minutes, and now it's, according to the website, it's 9 minutes 15 seconds, but it must be a bit of a delay here. Queen a4, and well, it looks like it's Stefanova to move, judging on a picture, so possibly, yeah, bishop d7 was just played. So still keeping to increase some tactical tension here. So a7, despite being attacked twice, cannot be taken at all. So still black tries to create some problems here. Okay, so let's leave this game for a short while. We're gonna see what happens in Harika with Mominova. So queen, rook c2, rook a8 was the move of Harika Dronavali, and of Nafisa Mominova. Then Harika went queen d4 one more time, bishop e5, maybe black thought it's going to be a repetition once again, but queen a4, attacking c6, Well, it turns to be rather tricky because after rook c8, actually white's gonna achieve what he wanted to with knight d3, and maybe, okay, maybe c6 is already lost, by the way. And even if not, I mean, there is rook a6, for instance. Yeah, it still looks quite bad. Rook c1. Yeah, maybe white is just winning the pawn here after queen a4. So perhaps Harika managed to trick Nafisa a little bit. Yeah, and of course c6 pawn is not the pawn you want to lose in this position. So maybe rook c8 is still possible, but then, okay, apart from taking a5, there might be some other options. But of course, queen a5 there should be just enough. Rook a8 and queen d2, and more or less position of the same character, but was with extra pawn for white. So, of course, should be clearly better. So queen a4. Okay, something sharp is happening in a game of Kostyniuk and Juvin Jun. So before actually leaving for a break, I feel like I have to cover this game as well. Well, not that sharp to be honest, because we just switched here to queens in game. No, I've just thought, seen the text of the last move and black king being on g5. It's normally very dangerous, but not here. So king g7 was actually played, one of the moves I've recommended, but it looks like we both with Juvin Jun just blundered this possibility, a possibility to play bishop h6, because after this black faces an unpleasant task, I'd say, to defend all her weak pawns, c4, c7, h7. And of course we know about the queen's endgame tendencies, so it's pretty high probability of a draw, but still it's not that easy for a defender. So queen f7, queen f4 would be tempting, but white has this check on h4, check on e7. What's h4? Queen f4. The point is, of course, if white takes one of the pawns, then it's perpetual after queen c1, queen f4 back. So, but after queen e7, king h6, for example, g3. Still not sure if black can equalize completely. Let's say this one. This might be not such a danger for black, but still not exactly a draw. So white is practically a pawn up. So perhaps, well, actually it went a bit another way. Queen b1, king h2, queen b2, I suppose. Well, not sure yet how it's going to develop. Still, I mean, black's king is a little bit caged here, so there might be some mating ideas after, say, taking on b2 might be a bit dangerous here. So I'm still not sure, I mean, but it's only if any side is trying here, it's white for sure. So that's what I wanted to say. Okay, so what happened in Danilian with Gira? It seems like Danilian is winning. So here they are on our screen. So it went rook b2, rook f3, a5, rook f7, and I guess we already illustrated what's gonna happen next. a4, white is taking g7, and then moves the rook back to e7, I guess. a3, there is a check here. Yeah, and okay, perhaps king g7 is not that clear. No, I thought it's just lost, but maybe king g7 is not that clear, by the way. So maybe white has to look for something else. Yeah, so actually they're playing pretty fast. Rook g7, king h8 was just played. a4, rook g7, king h8. Then, okay, Lina is looking for a way to get her knight to f6 basically, but it doesn't seem to be that easy. While in case of rook e7 a3, this one seems to be a bit too slow. Knight e8, a2, knight f6 looks pretty nice because rook h7 rook h7 with mate seems unavoidable, but there is a counter chance here. Rook f2, and it's in actual fact it's black who is winning, because after king f2 I believe there must be mate here. So it's not that simple, and white has to come up with something. Well, yeah, I'm still trying to invent how to win for white. Okay, rook e7. Yeah, perhaps rook a7 is one of the options, by the way. So in case of exchange of knights, black is not lost immediately, but still this knight remains rather passive. Although in this particular case it might be some chance for black. Okay, I'd say a3, rook a3, knight. Yeah, well, let's lose the knight. Or not really. Knight d7. In case of a check, black still has rook b8. And if e5, if f4, then knight c5. And, well, okay, f4 is not comfortable at all, I'd say. Okay, so something to think for both sides. At the moment, Lina is looking for a mate, I believe. But, well, it turns to be not that easy. Because this a pawn is definitely a force with which you have to count. Well, switching then to Hampi Konero with Kulisan Kpaeva, just before I'm gonna leave you for another break. Well, and after a few more moves we have the present position on the board, which is Queen g5, hg5, Rook g3, King f7, Rook g5, g6, Knight f4, Rook g8, and Rook e3. And well, it wouldn't be overstatement to say it's absolutely hopeless for black, especially knowing how good Hampi Konero is in winning positions. I mean, well, converting her advantage when opponent has no counterplay. And this seems to be exactly the case here. So, well, so our leader is, well, I would give like 95% or even 99% our leader is gonna win. And we are going for another break here, coming back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back for live coverage, and well, I have to say, as it's a trouble stage, I have to act quickly just to cover all the games here. Well, for the moment we have a position of Hampikaner with Gulishanak Paiva on our screen, and it developed a little bit further, but as been said already, it looks fairly hopeless for black. So rook e5, rook ce8, rook f3, that's a current position, and it looks like black's gonna lose one of her pawns here. Yeah, already a pawn up for Conero, and the second one about to fall. Yeah, king g7 for instance, and then, well, at least rook g5 and rook g3, and e8 square is occupied, so black cannot defend g6. So, well, all in all looks pretty hopeless, this one. Rook f3. Yeah, switching then to
Lagnovis Hotenashvili. Well, a lot of things passed on here. So after rook g8, white played rook g1 actually. Rook d8, fg6, so black decided to go for an endgame. fg6, rook d1, rook f8. So rook takes f8, bishop f8, and knight e2. So regrouping the knight, and well, it looks somewhat better for white anyway. Possibly slightly better structure, but black as well can bring her king to e6 somehow. So anyway, king has to be moved, I guess. King g8, king f7 at least. Well, looks more or less even chance. Well, knight e2, that's the current position in Lagnovis Hotenashvili. So I feel like I have to hurry up a bit just to cover everything. Okay, it's pretty much exciting in Stefanova Vishaoksu after bishop d7, knight ec3 was played. Knight ec3, rook c5, the dynamics here. Still, this knight is under the pin and it's seems quite unpleasant for white. Queen a6. Well, no, queen c8 was played as well, attacking the knight here. Yeah, it seems well, not exactly like that. So there have been a couple of moves included here somehow. No, that was exactly like that. Yeah, right, queen c8. So I'm still not sure what would happen in case of queen c8. Well, yeah, so that's the trick. Rook takes, knight a7, rook c7, and the knight is caught. So that would be, of course, not acceptable for white. So white played bishop b7, queen b8, a4. At least this knight on b5 is stable, but of course queen on c8 is not that much impressive. And rook e8 was played. So in case of queen a7, black's gonna take b5. Then, well, actually couple of options here. One of them being rook c1, queen f4. Yeah, probably in this case black is just winning because too many pieces attacking the king, and well, seems to be not bearable for white. Rook e8. So it's actually white who is in danger because it's not that easy to return the queen into play. And possibly white has to consider. Well, actually, knight g4 is one of the ideas here as well. Well, might be. So, well, white has to act carefully. Okay, let's switch to the other one. Harika Dronovali with Nafisa Muminova. Actually, the game at our screen. Well, didn't develop pretty much. Queen a... Oh no, so since last time I've wished, it's actually been a lot. Rook c... well... Rook fc8 it was. Yeah, rook c1, I guess. Yeah, rook c1, bishop d6 once again, queen d4, bishop e5, so still black is happy with repetition, but white is not. So white plays queen d1 and h4 is answered with queen g4, creating more tactical threats. And as well, now we can state that h-file, which was actually open, well, looks more like be used for white, not for black. Queen g4, bishop d6, so they repeated a couple of moves once again. And then knight a4, so I'd say it's a bit surprising here to retreat with this knight at the edge of the board. Queen b7, so this way queen is also played in this diagonal, so king g2 is actually faced with c5 possibly, so queen b7, queen d4, bishop a3, nice move. One rook has to move from c-file, so rook d1, and Nafisa, I think, well, it's still, I guess roughly equal if you follow the computer's evaluation, and it's still much more pleasant for white to play, because white is in actual fact an side who has an initiative and attacking side here in this position, so of course white will create more and more threats, and it's not that easy for black to parry all of them. Then I'm switching to Kostyniuk Juvin June. Actually, well, I don't know what exactly happened there. Queen B2 H4 was played, so I'm not sure if black's reaction was proper here. Queen King H4, Queen F6, King H5, Queen takes E5, King H6, Queen F4. So black is in a certain danger of getting mated. Let's say after G5, Queen F6, the king on H5 is really in danger. F3, I'd say, and okay, it becomes pretty tricky. So black decided it's going to be too dangerous, so King G7, Queen C7, and well, after white's gonna take C4, black's gonna take F2, so still seems to be rather equal. So King H6, still this check is possible. Then let's say white's queen takes C4 and black takes F2, and I don't think this Queen D4, this endgame, can be any dangerous for black. All in all, seems still it has to be a draw. Queen C7, and that's a current situation here. And okay, probably the most exciting, Olga Gira against Elina Danielian. So Danielian is white. We saw this position. The King H8, Rook G E7, E3, A3. Well, Knight F7, King G7, Knight G5 check, and Olga is thinking. So I just wonder if, well, who's winning there? I just thought, okay, King G8 seems to be the only move actually, so I'm a bit surprised black is, oh well, King H8 as well, but King G8 is much more ambitious actually. Yeah, I'm not sure if, well, it's so complicated, so this time I'm not sure if white has a draw. Well, it's still probably white has. Rook A7, yeah, Rook A7 should be okay. Although Rook B8, yeah, it's still not clear. Still not clear. Well, Knight G5, but of course, I mean, that's the only move. King H6 is simply lost, I guess, after H4 has to be made. Still King can escape to G4. Yeah, maybe even this one is not clear. I just thought. In H4, King H5, then black is threatening H6 then. So I'd say F3 is answered with H6. It's only 2 more moves for black to win the game. I mean A2, A1. Okay, so Knight H3 threatens Knight F4, but black has G5. Seems like black is getting away with that. Yeah, with king being cut there, well, it's really worth thinking this position, because it might be a crucial point. Knight G5. The King G8 seems to be just safe. Well, white seemingly has nothing better but just to play Rook A7. Yeah, that seems to be true. Yeah, Rook A7, and there is Rook B8, and still not clear how to stop this pawn. Yeah, there is this line which is possible. Rook G7 and Rook B7 then. A2, Rook takes B8, Rook takes A7, then check, King G7, check on E6, King H6, and it seems black is winning. Yeah, rook f4, the last try, and well, a lot of possibilities, at least to put the queen and then to take on e5. That should be enough to win the game. Well, quite a sharp game here we have. Check, and still Olga Girez thinking. Well, she has enough time, actually 17 minutes left, so let's find out if something interesting has happened in Konerovic-Nakpayeva game. So rook f3. Well, perhaps Kulishan was in a time trouble as well, because she played king e7 here. After rook f3, missing knight d5 check, knight f6, and it is basically an end of the story. So takes on g8, rook g5, bishop e8, c5, rook e3. That's a current position here. Rook ge5, king f6, rook ge5, bishop f7, c4, so the game continues at tempo, c4, rook d8. Okay, it's just too much. Okay, d5 probably wins. d5. No, d5 is a bit too much. Right, rook f3 check first, and then after king g7, d5, ed5, rook e7. Just wins easily. So, well, that's probably going to be our first game to finish then. And as well as the first press conference here. Okay, Bella Hotenashvili managed to bring her king in the center against Katerina Lagno. Well, but still a terrible time trouble in this one too, because Katerina still has 2 minutes 50 seconds for 10 more moves to make. King g8, f4, takes on bishop g7, pardon. King g2, king f7, white decided to take e5 to bring the knight to f3, king e6, knight f3, and bishop f6. Well, in terms of structure, it's actually black who is better, because black has an option to create a passed pawn one day, so it's a candidate for passed pawn here for black. Side passed pawn, and then so it's maybe white in actual fact who has to think about equalizing, and c5 might be just the move to do that. While after dc5, taking d8, taking c5, it seems like white shouldn't have much of a problem, but white played bishop c1, which is probably still okay. Bishop c1, then okay, it's very tense here in Stefanova with Zhao Xu. Well, a4, rook e8, b4 was the move, which looks a bit suspicious, I have to say. Knight g4, g3, rook c4, still keeping all the tension going. Knight d5, rook takes c1, rook c1, and queen e5 was the last move of Zhao Xu. Still, white's queen is out of play. So already here, knight f2 is the threat. So, well, it's just a question if white has the way to avoid all the threats. Well, knight 5c3 comes, knight bc3 comes into my mind. I mean, and then queen might be retreated back to f1, and maybe that's the way. Though still it looks pretty dangerous. I don't know, even still knight f2 might be possible when king f2, queen d4, and well, seems to be a lot of threats here. Yeah, rook f1 was played instead of knight c3, rook f1, and well, white is really at a tight spot, so I'm not sure if Stefano will get away with that. Knight h4 might be a possibility, intending to play knight f3, but okay, still white is fighting, of course. Rook f1, yeah, but those, especially the queen on a6 is really out of play, out of the basically main events are passing there on the king side, where queen definitely cannot take part, and actually black with brilliant play keeps the tension going, so white cannot defend here. Well, I just thought about queen b2 move with the tricky idea of playing rook e1 almost on every possible move white can make. So let's say knight c3 is probably just losing to rook e1. So that would force maybe, okay, not sure, but if white plays h3 then still it looks pretty bad. Well, numerous reasons, one of them being just knight g3, h takes, taking f1, and bishop h3, and again with such a lot of pieces out of play it's hardly possible to defend. Okay, we shall see later, because we have one more game here. Nafisa Muminova with Harika Dranavali. Well, it's actually, yeah, I didn't develop that much. Rook d1, rook a b8, queen e5, rook e8, queen c3, and rook e6. So, offering white to take the pawn, which is poisoned, of course. Queen a5, bishop b4 loses the queen for white. And okay, actually it's much better position for the rook. So rook defense c6, but not only that, but also controls an e-file, and might be used on h-file as well. Yeah. So it's certainly an improvement to get the rook from c8 to e6, while pawn on a5 still cannot be taken. So possibly what white has to do is to change the dangerous bishop, at least getting this an endgame with queens and rooks being on the board, which is, well, but I believe with rook on e6, which is, once again I have to say, it's much more active than it was, and it has to be bearable for black to play this position, even with rook a8 intending a4. It has to be acceptable. So meanwhile it's, well, I'd like to switch to Kostyniuk with June once again. So it's still not over. I thought, yeah, queen c7, king f8 for some reason was the move of June, and then after this check, yeah, I'm still not sure what's going on. After this check, black went king e8, creating problems to herself, I'd say. So queen f2, queen g8, check, king e7, so now it's really an endgame pawn down. Still, it's definitely hard to win, but yeah, okay, let's say white takes the pawn, king f6, gives a check there, and then just on king e6, for instance. No, king e6 loses the pawn, the other one, after check on e8, king. Well, it's not that easy to actually to retreat with the king. King g5, and then I'd say queen d4, centralizing the queen. Should be practically enough to secure this game to last for much longer. Well, anyway, it's not a time trouble stage anymore. Okay, meanwhile, we have a first result of today's game. Hampi Conero won against Kulishan Nakpayeva. Well, and what's going on in Danielian with Giria? After knight g5, king h8, knight f7, king g7, knight g5, so once it was repeated, and then Olga Gira is thinking if she has something more than, well, king h8, knight f7, king g7 it was, and then it's already threefold repetition, so I think this game is gonna finish in a draw as well. Yeah, that's a draw, so we're gonna have 2 consecutive press conferences. First of them being Hampi-Conero with Kulisvan Nakpaiva. Meanwhile, I have to check some other games, but it seems like all the games going to be in progress still. Well, I'm not sure if Stefanova is not losing, all the rest seems to be okay. So, but we have to have a pause because we have a press conference of Hampi-Conero.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first press conference today. The leader of the tournament, Hampi-Conero, just won against Gulishan Narbaeva. It seemed like White got some slight advantage from the opening.
The opening itself was better. Probably b6 is not the right move. Here something like c5 and d4 are the main lines. But after this it was better, and okay, here at least I think black should try something like bishop a6. Yeah, basically like there are some positions where black is having a plan to take and queen d5, so I kept the rook on b1 for rook b4. But this is one position, like bishop b4 if knight into c4, knight into c4, queen c6 is available. But here I just plan to play queen a4, knight a5 and rook e1. Okay, I think white is slightly better. Okay, black can continue.
Gulishan, were you surprised with the opening?
It's not surprised, I just confused the order of the moves, and so I didn't see the strong move e4, but maybe it's the main move that I have to calculate. So I think I'm just without a pawn, and I think there is no compensation, and so I played e5. Maybe it was weak move, but still I don't know how to play because my pawn structure on the king side is also suspicious because it can be attacked somehow.
Maybe it was some chance. How people do think? Some other ideas? No?
I don't know.
It's already better for white.
Yeah, I think it's opening advantage, but okay, something like f5 or maybe. I just don't know. We need to play on the board because mostly they play the main lines with c5 or d5.
Okay. Congratulations, Hampi, and Gulishan, wish you good luck.
By the way, tomorrow at what time is the round?
Around at 1 p.m.
1.
Yes.
Okay, because yesterday someone was saying that it will be at 11.
No, it is wrong information on another website.
Okay,
On our
so-
website we have information that it's at 1 p.m. and chance to...
I don't know. It was very interesting endgame.
Actually, opening also was very interesting.
Yes.
But
and
it
of
was very
course-
short.
The opening or endgame? Okay, yeah, it was quite interesting. I think instead of my rook c1, okay, I calculated that endgame till the end that it's drawish, and I played the rook c1. So I thought, okay, let my opponent play the best move. So otherwise, I'll have some chances. But instead of rook c1, I had rook d1, just to protect with the
I wanted to play g5.
yeah, g5, rook d3, with the idea b3 and
Maybe
rook
you will
f4.
show something,
Yeah, I will
because
show you.
we don't
It was very
understand.
interesting, not a visible idea, by the way,
Mhm.
but it was very interesting idea. Maybe that was better. I think here I could play a rook d1,
Mhm.
and so I think g5 you have to play, otherwise it's
Yes.
just yeah, and then rook d3, knight g6, and b3 now. So my idea is just to change your rook on b4.
Maybe 97.
Yes, knight e7 and rook f4. So you have to be careful always and yes, it's possible.
95, no.
Knight e5, knight c6, knight c6 you have to play because g5 is hanging.
Yes.
Okay, that was one of the possibilities. I think maybe this one was the best for white if I want to achieve any complications. So, but in the game when I played rook c1, okay, I calculated that it's draw almost till the end.
So you
But-
were ready for a draw?
Okay, but there was but black
some-
black had to play carefully.
So you mean even if rook d1
Yeah.
probably is
No, with rook
more
d1 it would be yes it will be a complex game with rook d1.
complex, but you mean
Yes.
if black can defend after rook c1, it means that they will make the draw
Yes.
in the another
Yes.
variation as well.
Yes, okay, because I saw this maneuver with my rook. Rook a3, rook f3, but okay, still black has a lot of chances here, a lot of possibilities, and they have to make a right decision. So I don't know.
So you like to mix up your opponents?
Yes, as always. Yeah, but at the end, I think it's. Let me check. Yeah, a3 and king f7. I think this one should be losing. King h6.
Yes, yeah. F4.
f4.
Yeah, I don't know.
f4, king h5.
King h5 and then h3.
h3, h6.
Yeah, okay, this seems like it is
Yes, f4.
very bad for white.
Okay, but
Here
It
and
was-
h6.
yes, not 93. That's
Knight f. Yeah, knight
the
f3.
last
Yes,
variation that I saw.
G5 not possible. No?
Okay, after
okay,
h4
yes.
it looks
Yeah, h4
dangerous
also.
too.
Yes. Okay, I saw both lines. But it's okay. Then it's just draw.
And the opening was just normal?
I don't know.
no.
Okay, I didn't expect bishop g6, and of course I didn't remember anything. As always, but okay. I don't know if a5 it's okay.
Yes.
Yes, it looks like okay because it's forced, yes? Because if you play h6, then it can be also knight h3 takes, and I wanted to play like this. King knight f8, knight f4.
H6 maybe queen b3 and then knight e6 is thinking. After h6.
h6 and then?
No.
a5, h6.
h6, queen b3.
Ah, queen b3,
And
yes.
maybe somewhere.
Yes, okay, it's possible. But okay, the line which I showed
Yes,
is
yes,
also
yes.
not a pleasant.
Okay, but
And
it's
then, I don't know.
famous
what-
game of
Yes.
Karakin.
Yes.
How you cannot know about this?
But I don't know, maybe I should keep queens, I don't know. Queen f7, but I thought it's okay, we play bishop before and then...
I'm not saying it's right, then knight is3.
Knight, knight f3
Change
when?
queens and then knight e3. But
Here?
No, not knight f7 and then knight e6. Here.
I don't know.
To take
Where?
on.
She took?
Yes,
here?
yes, she took.
And then?
And then something like
And then?
bishop e3. And then
So knight on g5 is better than on d6?
people play two.
Maybe because
I'm not
96 is like always a threat and
Yes, I thought knight on d6 is better. Okay, if I play king g8 here.
Okay,
so-
but I absolutely forgot how Karakin played. After
If I play just king g8 and what then h6, g5, king f7, rook c8. What is the problem?
and
Yeah.
like, something like
Hmm?
f4.
Okay, but you want nothing with f4. You just make a lot of weakness in your
So you
king
play
side.
better than Karakin.
I don't know.
At least we cannot prove that not.
Okay, I didn't lose, so maybe it's not bad.
Well,
played with black.
Ah,
You played
it's
with
black.
But who was white in that case?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's very curious. I have to look it up. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Very nice game.
Knight h4 and things like that, and it was not easy to find the right plan. Probably after g5 I should just take on c8 and queen c1. Okay, just try to simplify the position and then probably it's equal.
There, bishop c4.
Sorry, when?
If you have c8, queen c8, bishop
Yeah.
c4.
Queen c8, you take queen c8, then okay, queen c1, bishop c4, and I don't know, knight c3. Or bishop b7, I don't know. Can I do that? No. Bishop c4, I don't know.
Okay, if you want to equal position, very easy. Not play knight b5, rook d1.
Yes,
You
okay,
change,
yes, but
knight d4.
yeah, I was
That's
still
quite easy.
playing for advantage up to this point, and just g5 I didn't estimate correctly that it's becoming so difficult. And okay, after rook c5, okay, I guess I have to go queen a6, otherwise I'm maybe losing some material. Queen c8, bishop b7, queen b8, a4, rook e8, and then here I don't know, maybe b4 is not correct because somehow everything starts hanging. But I just, yeah, I could not calculate everything. I was thinking before rook c5, but okay, of course knight g4, g3, and then rook c4, and then even here I don't know if I play something like, I don't know, bishop d5 or something, but just this knight d5 probably is decisive mistake. And after okay, after queen e5, okay, so many threats, knight f2, knight h2, some, I don't know. So I don't know if it's possible to defend this position, but it's already bad, this is sure. And okay, after knight d4, okay, probably I should take on d4, of course, but somehow even here I was thinking somehow of knight f3 and not knight e2, but knight e2 is just winning immediately. So.
And you think in the beginning you were better, or?
In the opening, I think it's quite okay for black, but when I play rook b8, maybe not good. Maybe queen a5 is better than rook b8.
Yeah, maybe.
But you play bishop d2. I saw bishop d2, and I didn't find.
You mean here, yeah?
Yeah.
And b3, and then.
Yeah, because the bishop e4 and the bishop f3, I think is a little weird. I don't understand for this.
Okay, it exists as a plan, but okay.
Okay.
I don't know if it's something special for white or not, but just after rook b8, d5, I thought that okay, it should be somehow better for white. If you play here queen a5, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so but then you have bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yeah. And then okay. Still threatening on b7, threatening knight e4. So. But even some simple things like bishop f4, I thought might be slightly more pleasant for white. Because okay, then I don't know, take, or take, knight takes, and then knight d3, knight 5, bishop c6. Okay, I take it. Sorry. Bishop c6. I cannot take on e6 here. Cannot. Okay, I take on c6, and you take knight c6. Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe this is just equalizing.
Okay, so that's a matter.
Yeah, I mean, okay. If I want to make a draw, I can always play d5, and okay.
Maybe it's equal. I think.
Yeah.
But after g5, I think maybe you have little chance for complete for both sides.
Yeah, after g5, I think I should play already precisely to make a draw. Okay.
Yeah, it's both for time pressure and let's move with I don't know, really right or not.
Yeah, I'm also probably tired already. Okay, just to remind you, tomorrow's round is at 1 p.m. Okay. Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Dear chess friends, welcome for a live coverage of FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tashkent. So it's 10th round. We are coming back after 3 consecutive press conferences. So 3 games are actually finished, and it's Hampi Knero to take an upper hand against Gulishanna Kbayeva. Fighting draw between Elina Danielian and Olga Kiria, and Antoaneta Stefanova lost to Zhao Xu, with still 3 more games being in progress. So I'm gonna start from a game of Alexandra Kostyniuk, who's white against Zhu Wenjun. So that's a current position, I believe, in this game. Well, perhaps it's developed a little bit further because we left it quite some time ago. So it's transposed into Queen's endgame with pawn up for white, although it's hard to imagine white winning this one. So Queen c4, Queen e3, and Queen c7. Yeah, but still, black has to be a bit careful here, because, well, both kings are exposed. A lot of chances, of course, for a perpetual, but at the same time, well, if king is coming out of the cage from h2, then this extra pawn might be just enough for white to win. But it's a bit surprising, I have to say, because it looked like everything was fine for black till some point, and then all of a sudden black decided to give away the pawn. So that was this moment, I guess, where white gave a check on c7. I'm still not sure if there was anything wrong with king h6, queen c4, yeah, just to check, queen f2, queen, oops, sorry, no, I think it's to king h6, white meant to play queen f4, king g7, queen c4, right, perhaps that was the way, which black actually declined, take, but I don't see any danger here, to be honest, because it's just has to be just equal. A truish pawn endgame, and instead black finds herself defending an unpleasant queen's in game. So king e5, queen c7 check, another unpleasant check here. Yeah, I guess what white's gonna do is eventually centralize the queen, although I'm not sure if it works straight away. Queen d4, yeah, take king e4, that looks winning for white. Yeah, that's right, or not really, no, okay, g4, and d4 is still not enough for what, there's g5 and king e5, and eventually white wins. Yeah, that's right. So white's gonna try to put the queen on d4, and when the queen is retreated, then king is going to start to go out of there. Yeah, queen c7, king e6 was the move. Then white has very unpleasant option of playing queen g3, by the way, so there isn't any queen h6 check because of queen h3 counter check. So king e6, yeah, fair chance for white, I'd say. Fair chance for white to win this. So it has to be said, Zhu Wenjun played it not in the most precise way. Then we are switching to a game of pursuitors of our leader, and we start with Katerina Lagno and Bella Hodenashvili. Well, that's the current position here, and it's already about 15 minutes. So that's a move forward in already about 15 minutes. Lagno is thinking which move to make. She must be calculating something, I don't know. So doesn't look really dangerous for white here, but well, if any side is looking for a way to play for a win, it's definitely black. So once again, it was already mentioned, those 2 pawns gives black an option to create a passed pawn, and okay, with
white pawns being a bit, well, corrupted structuring, then those 4 versus 4 are hardly an advantage then. Okay, and there is another one who can at least preserve a hope to catch Hampi Koneru, Harika Dronovali, who is white against Nafisa Muminova. But this position doesn't change pretty much since quite some time. So bishop c4, queen c4, queen a6, and queen c3. So all those 3 games I expect to last for quite some time. Yeah, still nothing is defined yet. So we're gonna have a bit of a waiting here for girls to move. Yeah, okay, let's maybe come back somewhere to one of the games which are finished actually. No, that's okay. Yeah, I'm still surprised if... I'm still wondering if Harika could have got a bit more of the position that actually she did, because somewhere around that point it seemed to be, well, nice advantage for him. But this queen e5 probably a bit of a miss, because after rook e8, rook is transferred nicely to e6. And okay, perhaps she missed that she cannot take on e5. Yeah, it looks like queen e5 was just a move to set a trap, because after rook e8, queen c3, both pawns are actually attacked, but after rook e6 it's turned out that queen a5 is not possible because of bishop b4 trapping the queen, so white went for knight c5, and after bishop c5, queen c5, queen a6, queen c3 was played. So still white is somewhat better than a rook. Can be lifted to d4, eventually d4, a4. Well, actually it's a question for black how to deal with this one. Yeah, black played rook h6, which is maybe not a bad idea, trying to create a counterplay somewhere around here. But still, after rook d4 left, rook d4, and possibly trying to bring the rook to a4, because I mean there are some ideas, some tactical ideas for black as well, but at the moment hard to imagine black succeeding on h5, for example. Yeah, I just thought it might be the case to give rook h1 check somewhere, but definitely not here, as f2 is defended. Yeah, apart from rook h6, I'd say rook b4 was worth attention, covering force rank, maybe trying to bring this rook actually into play, because rook on e6 was already nicely placed after queen c3, so rook on e6 was just fine. Rook h6, anyway, I mean this rook can go to e6 and then e8, then e6 or e4. Okay, eventually we got a couple of moves here in Kostinuk with Juvin. So queen c7, king e6, queen c6, king e7, still g6 pawn was on offer, but c3 was hanging. So white actually played queen f3, queen e5, king h3, queen c5, king g3. So, and this can last for I don't know how many moves, as it's, well, certainly clear black cannot ever enter the queens in game, pawns in game, which is obviously lost with side passed pawn. But of course in every possible position black's gonna have a multitude of checks. So we shall see. Actually black's king is not really nicely placed here, so let's say after queen e5, king f2 for example, there isn't queen c5, because white has queen e3 for instance, always using the position of black's king in the center. A lot of counter checks available for white. King is definitely what is bad in black's position. Well, if we speak about the practical game, it's pretty annoying to play such a position with black. Yeah, imagine another line, so check king. Actually it was played check king f2, and again queen d2 is not possible because queen e2. So makes black's task much harder actually. Okay, still no move from Katerina Lagno. And your time is down to already 9 minutes. So this is a really huge pause after the time control, because still only move 40 they made, and then still no move from Katerina Lagno, surprisingly. Well, not maybe the most pleasant position one can imagine, but still to leave herself without, not only without position, but with a time being down to a second sticking, it's not the best idea anyway. So summarizing today's round, so okay, some predictions of course. Still I think Kostyniuk has fair chance to succeed in winning this position, then, but about two others I'm really not sure. Objectively speaking, it should be enough for Nafisa Mominova. I mean, in this counter play she got should be enough not to lose. So rook h6, king g2, rook e8. Yeah, actually, if we assume both Lagno, Khatanashvili and Dronovani Mominova to be draws, then okay, we will have a, well, I don't know if it's for the first time, but a rare situation for Grand Prix, of course, when there isn't any fight for the first place in the last round, because it's already gonna be clear. So, and even if both of them are decided in the right way, still Hampikonero has a huge boost of 1 point lead before the last round. So rook e8 was the move of Mominova. Rook d4, I guess. Yeah, I think rook d4 is just nice to cover 4th rank. And then rook e5. Well, at least black has, at least white has something like that. Rook e5, and then rook h4 and rook h4, queen e5. So again, it's going to be better for white a bit, with king somewhat better placed, and as well those pawns still being weak. a5 and c6. Well, so rook e8. Eventually we are going to get the move from Katerina Lagno, as her time is pretty much reduced. So okay, king e2 she played. Oh well, so that was actually that was a question if she can play king e2, because then she offers black different options, one of them being knight f4, for instance, when white is forced to transfer to this endgame with bishop versus knight, which might be actually quite dangerous. Because, okay, still a chance to get the passed pawn here, and as well there is a route for the king b6 and possibly a5 or c5. Yeah, so actually white is in a bit of a danger. Yeah, and Bella is trying to do something she did successfully in Geneva with it was a fantastic finish, winning everything possible, but maybe in this particular tournament it seems to be a bit too late. Even if she wins this one, she has to win the other one, and to hope Conner is going to lose tomorrow, which is also not that probable. Okay, so moving to Tronovali, once again Tronovali with Mominova, rook e8, and still white considering what to do here. Well, apart from rook d4, to be honest, I don't see much of another moves. Well, perhaps rook h1 is actually stuff to avoid. Yeah, right. Rook h1 is really a stuff to avoid because you have to take. That's this long move which missed your commentator, and then after rook e6 it's all over for white all of a sudden. So rook h1 will be definitely a mistake. Well, have to say it's a bit surprising because Lagno and Hotenashvili started to repeat moves, and I'm not sure if black couldn't try it more. Well, I was mistaken. I thought, okay, Bella has better chances, but the girls decided they had enough, and after this repetition, actually, the move was concluded to be a draw. Well, makes my task a bit easier as we're gonna have another press conference soon, although still really long game expected from June with Kostyniuk. That's a current situation there. King f2, queen h4, g3, queen h2, that's foreign. So g3, queen h2, king e3. Oh no, queen g2, queen h6, queen e4, king d7, queen d5. Yeah, so black has less and less checks here. And then on king c7, white can continue c4. Yeah, exactly. That is what was played. So, well, okay, black played king c8, but still c4 was the move. Then, in case of a check, white has king f3. Another check, king g4, and no more checks, and still black is in very much of a danger. Yeah, with such a centralized queen, of course, white has all the chances all of a sudden, so it looked like a complete draw to me, and then, okay, I'm afraid June invented her problems herself. Well, I guess in a couple of minutes, Lagno and Bella are coming for a press conference. Meanwhile, still no moves in our games. Well, this queen endgame is okay. I'm not sure about the computer evaluation, but in a practical game, if white has enough technique, it's pretty tough to defend positions like that. Because, okay, black finds herself under the pressure all the time, and of course, but it's definitely not that easy to find all the precise moves, even though I assume they still exist. Okay, so I think I'm switching to have a press conference then. Well, perhaps in a couple of minutes we're gonna start. Yeah, and then of course I'm coming back because I don't expect one of those games being over after a press conference.
to rush up the things, or you wanted to probably outplay and come closer to the leader?
Yeah, of course, I wanted to play. I was playing with black, but it does not have much importance, I think.
Okay, well, maybe after beating the leader, and actually it was her first loss in this Grand Prix series, probably you were in fighting spirit, or you were just exhausted.
I'm always fighting spirit.
But already feel tiredness,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Okay, please tell us about the game. Probably White had some small advantage in the out of the opening.
Yes, I think so. Mystery. This is a critical, yes? H5.
I didn't expect it G4. I don't know why.
But I have to react somehow because you play 5.
Just think bishop e3 maybe.
Bishop 3, then maybe you can play G6.
Bishop e6.
You wanted to play bishop e6?
Yeah.
So why then you played knight h5?
I want queen d7 and after f5.
Ah, you didn't. Okay, I thought you want to play, you want to push f5.
Yeah, I want, but
No?
yeah, I want it, but now I cannot play f5 because we take it after g4.
No, but maybe you can play g6.
Bishop h6 and f4 after.
Oh. But you see bishop e3, bishop h6, I was not sure. Okay, maybe not g7. No.
I think g4 was better. Just I did not consider that move. I don't know why.
Okay, knight f6, knight g3. You have to play knight a8, yes? Since otherwise I come to f5. Oh, takes. Of course, okay, takes. I don't know, I thought it's a good. I have to keep this dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
Well, you are sure that the c5 doesn't work, yes?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Because I thought you played queen a5. And if I takes, d7 takes, and unfortunately there is bishop e4 is coming. Well, I was not sure, but I didn't find anything here. I could play something maybe before, but we can go back on c7.
Okay, c7.
So I have to check it because you have to be careful with this, no? You cannot play check, for example, queen d2 because there is even a bishop c1 at some point. Oh. Okay, but I think queen e5 is holding. I play queen e3. Rook d1, g3, g3.
Here after g6, c5 was not working.
I know, if you ask me this question, it was working, yes.
Well, even without the computer, it seems like position is just very dangerous for black.
Yes, I also said I lost the tempo because king h8 and there is a square for rook on g8. So I played too quickly rook d3.
I played rook d8 here.
But I think there is just take, maybe h d6. And rook d1 and rook d3.
Rook e8.
This one
can take.
Yeah. Then I. And if I continue my plan,
Knight c8. something not okay, obviously. If I take here, okay, you have to take and just here. Somehow it looks dangerous for me. Yes, I felt I missed something.
You were not afraid about this move?
I don't remember. Yes. Here, well, it was already not the same because there is a square for the rook. So. Well, I spent too much time here, so I couldn't already. I had to play quickly. It was not that difficult to do everything. Just and here about this part of the game, I cannot comment it because it looks like I think we made a lot of mistakes.
Actually, I don't know where white or black can play better.
Ah, really?
I think it should be crown.
Yes.
In one moment you can took my bishop.
King H, you mean knight h7?
Yeah.
Yes, but
Play knight
takes an h4, and then you will play h5, hg5. I'm not sure I'm better with my bishop here.
I don't know.
You have a very good knight on e6. I'm just playing g5. And, well, I don't think you have any kind of problems. I would prefer black here.
And you, Bella, did you consider to continue fighting?
Which position?
Here already at the end, yes.
Here I was going to play like this, but I don't know what is.
No, I mean,
But here I don't know.
you don't know how to improve position.
Knight f4.
No, it's king d7. Here.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
No, after king 2.
Black should be better here, I think.
But is it enough?
Probably not, but well, I didn't want to play with white. But, yeah. I couldn't find a move here. I spent about I don't know how 20 minutes, and I don't know, something is wrong because rook f8 somewhere, d5, and well, I spoiled everything. Somewhere here. Well, of course I could play c5, but even here somewhere I could play better. So I think I am slightly better here, and somehow here already, when you push g5, you are not worse anymore. So maybe it was not right to put the knight. It looks beautiful, but doesn't make any sense. So okay.
So you both trying to keep some energy for the last game.
Trying to survive, not to keep some energy, just to survive.
Well, surviving, being on the second place is not so bad.
Really? No, as I told you, I will count it after the tournament.
So you
because
never pay attention to
not here. I just decided for myself that okay, now it's not important because I was not happy with the way I played for months.
So it just disturbs your.
No, I really don't care. So you can ask me a lot of questions, but I wanted. That's why I spent a lot of time here because I wanted to play. Okay, I wanted to understand how, if I need to exchange black with bishops or not, or some stuff like that. So I want to play a good game. That's my goal in this tournament.
So probably Boris Gelfand is one of your favorite players, yes?
Yes, actually, he is.
And you, Bella, what about you? Do you support anyone in the Grand Prix in Paris?
No, but if you ask me, I will tell you I support, of course, Ivanchuk because he's my compatriot. Yeah. So.
Well, then what do you think about his playing lately?
Well, it's definitely he has some psychological problems, and he cannot solve all his he cannot be calm during the game, as I think that's why he's not world champion yet. So
many people think
it's yes, it's I think he's a genius, and well, it's very difficult, as I see, to be a genius.
Yeah, definitely it is. Okay, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
welcome back for a live coverage of our 2 games remaining here in 10th round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent, and actually I'm having a hard time to name which game is going to finish first, as both of them are still pretty lively here. Well, so I think we have to start with Alexandra Kostyniuk, who's trying to make use of her extra pawn against Juvenjul. Now, actually, I'd say Alexandra has succeeded pretty much. So Queen B6 was the game, was the position. King G8, Queen A6, King B8. Okay, the past 60s move here, so that's why actually you could have seen arbiters here on the screen. So they got another score sheet, and it's going to continue. Well, so Queen B6, King A8, that was a try for white to take the pawn here on G6. Actually, not sure if it's not winning here. So Queen E2, well, and King F4 doesn't help much, because Black has Queen F2 check, and then it's hard to make progress any further, because King D5 is met with Queen C5. Yeah, actually maybe that was the way, by the way. So King E5, Queen C5, and King F6, and if Black takes, just to play C4, which seems to, G4, well, if Black takes C4, just to play G4, and seems to be very dangerous for Black. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if computer's gonna hold this one, but for a practical game it, well, seems to be almost no chance. Yeah, but indeed, so is the position in the game. So check, King there, then Queen D6, King A8 once again, and Queen E5. So no more checks for Black once again. White is trying to set C5 and then move the king to G5. Yeah, maybe White is trying to squeeze maximum out of this position, just not giving Black any chance. Because, well, I don't know what exactly Juvenjul is gonna play. But let's say in case of Queen C2, for example, White is promoting pawn to C5, and then King G5 at the Stratus. Nicely placed Queen on E5 keeps both pawns defended. So Queen D1, for example, King F6, King G5, Queen H5, King F6. Well, actually, yeah, I just spotted Queen H8 check, which makes it a bit harder for White. Yeah, still a lot of checks here, but somehow no perpetual. Yeah, King D5. Still, at some point, it has to be control check. So Queen E5, and Black is to move, and once again have to repeat, Black's task is pretty tough one. Okay, moving then to Harika Dronavali with Nafisa Mominova, and I'm not exactly sure who is better then. Okay, so that was a position after the time trouble stage here. Queen F1. Yeah, I have to step a little bit back, I guess. So Rook H8. King G2, Rook E8. Yeah, Queen D3, and okay, because I thought Rook H8 wasn't the most precise. I was recommending Rook B4, but Rook H6 in fact was just okay. King G2, Rook E8, Queen D3, and the move I missed, but wasn't missed by Mominova, is Queen C8, corresponding Queen's transfer to H3. So Rook H1 takes, H1, Queen H3, and Rook E6. Queen F1 here was practically only move. Then Queen G4, Rook C1, Rook H6, Rook E1, then somewhat mysterious King H8. Still not sure what was that. Queen G2, Queen B4, Rook F1, and Queen D2. Still, okay, no progress for White whatsoever, it looks like. A2 is hanging. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if
White is not water here, by the way. Yeah, still she has to be okay to secure a draw, but now it's white who has to be careful. So, oh well, probably queen f3 is just enough to hold the position. Queen f3, and okay, if black takes a2, then white takes f7, and at least there is a perpetual like that. So queen d2, and Harika is thinking here, I guess. Okay, queen d3 was actually played. So, well, to keep winning chances, I don't know what to do for black. Maybe king g8 back might be the case, but then queen f5 somehow white starts to become more and more active here. So maybe it's just okay to accept this perpetual. So I'm just wondering if white may hope for more than that. No, it's really hard to imagine. Really hard to imagine more than perpetual after queen f8. Okay, anyway, queen f3, and if Harika is not winning, that basically means an end of a challenge for the first place, as Hampi Conner is going to be 1.5 points in front of the whole field. Well, I'm coming back meanwhile to Kostyniuk with Juvenjun. Kai Juvenjun played king b7 here. Yeah, and well, this is an interesting moment. Okay, king g5, which seems to be possible, runs under a nice mechanism here. Queen h5, and okay, king f4 is just okay probably, but yeah, because black seemingly doesn't have much of the checks. But if white plays, okay, queen h5, white plays king f6, that's a nice movement here. Check, king e6, check, and checks all around here. Well, no, still it's not possible to give a perpetual. No, okay, white is in a safe hands, so she can enjoy her position as long as she wants. Okay, so we are back to Dranovali with Muminova. Actually, something is happening on the board, and indeed black took those 2 pawns, queen f7, queen b3, and it's a question if there is something more than perpetual for white. So queen f8, king h7, queen f5, and I guess it's a time to shake hands then. Well, rook g6 would just gonna lose after king g2, so I don't think black's gonna play that. Yeah, because rook h1 is coming, so, well, but Nafisa Muminova just stopped at that moment. Still she has 12 minutes to figure out rook g6 is not possible here. And she has to accept the draw. Still, anyway, a good performance draw with black against one of the leaders. And okay, she had to defend pretty tough position, I have to say. But, well, somehow I'm not sure actually. Oh well. It's not that simple, so I just discovered that after king g8 it's rook b1. So both me and Nafisa missed this one actually. Well, yeah, queen f5, so g6 seems to be the only move, which makes it pretty much dangerous, of course. No, well, that was a bad thought from myself to take a2 b3, and it was just somehow transmitted, because after this check, yeah, it's fairly unpleasant for black. I mean, that with such a weak king and the rook is coming, black has to desperately look for some counterplay. I'm not sure if she can find one. Yeah, that's an incredible miss. Yeah, queen f3, and anything would be better than that. I don't know, king g8, whatever, rook f6, but just not letting white to have this idea. Now that could be actually a miss of the round. Queen f5, queen f8 and queen f5. So we discussed already, rook g6 loses after king g2. Yeah, right, king h8 loses as well, king g8, king h8 loses to rook b1, so g6 the only move which Umino actually played. So, but yeah, g6 she played, but then c6 pawn is dropped, and okay, I'm still not sure if black can escape this one. So queen d7, I'd say. Yeah, king h8. Don't know if white can produce something better than just taking the pawn, but it seems to be just good enough take eventually. Then next move would be rook c1. Okay, in case of queen c4 there is a couple of checks, and rook b1, yeah, it's practically hopeless. Yeah, such a pity. g6, and okay, Harika is thinking, so Harika will still have a theoretical chance to catch Hampiconero. So this queen a2 was really a mistake. Well, queen d7 was just played. Okay, meanwhile there is something happening in Kostyniuk with Juvin Jung, so c5, king c6, queen d6, king b5. Okay, then white is practically, well, I thought white is forced to go to take g6, but there is king g5 here for white. Then after this check, king g7, okay, white may still hope to preserve both pawns actually. Yeah, but even the simple queen g6, I guess, will be pretty tough for black to face. So the worst that black can't really expect any turnovers apart from just blundering something. I mean, if white is not blundering the queen, then still black is practically doomed. Okay, so switching once again to Harika and Nafisa. Well, it's not that much important actually where the king goes. Well, and the worst is actually none of black pieces can take part in the game. Well, so what was the proper reaction to queen b3? To queen f3. Okay, even after taking this one and queen f7, it seems fine if black just not taking b2, not opening this b file. So something like queen e2 should be just fine for black. So that's the worst. The only queen b3 was the decisive mistake here. Then after which, okay, don't expect black to save the game really. Okay, king. I can't even imagine where to retreat with the king. King g8, for example. Okay, white still takes c6. Yeah, it's always a temple for white. I mean, couple of tempi with those checks. Yeah, looks like black is not saving whatsoever. Let's say, yeah, queen c4, then couple of checks to follow, and eventually rook b1. Black simply cannot defend against rook. Okay, queen c8 is still possible, but somehow it looks pretty bad with all the pieces being tied here. Something like queen e5 should normally win. Yeah, there was a trap. I mean, if white is playing rook b7, then he's getting mated after queen c1 and queen h1. But, of course, it's hard to imagine that happening. So queen d7, Nafisa is still thinking, but I think she understood that it might be already too late. Okay, so Kostyniuk with in June, and Kostyniuk played c5, c6. Well, which is a bit risky, I'd say, because in some point, okay, I expect black to play queen h5, and that's exactly what in June does. King f4, queen f5. At least king is drawing away from this, from g pawn. Then queen g5, and the moment I don't see where white's gonna hide from those checks, because if king is stepping too far, let's say in case of queen c3, then there is this check available for black, and black may think of taking c6 pawn one day. So I'm not quite sure if that was executed in the best way, actually. So queen g5, queen e4 runs under queen c5 here. Practically no chance for black. Oh, sorry, no chance for... Okay, maybe still even this one is somewhat problematic. King g5, and still maybe white's gonna win a pawn lately. No, but definitely c6. I don't like this move, really. There should have been something better than that. Okay, so queen g5 is our current position here. Okay, we can switch back to Harika with Nafisa, queen d7, and king h8 followed, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, king g8, and queen takes c6. Yeah, I'm looking for some sudden tactical chance here for black, and apparently I don't see anything. Rook is coming to c1, and well, looks like it's over. Yeah, it is. Okay, queen d3, rook c1, let's say. And well, how to deal with that threat of queen e4? Okay, I'd say of queen e8. Okay, queen e4, but then, well, those couple of checks normally finishing the job. Check, another check, and don't see if... Okay, maybe there is some chance, but no, apparently it shouldn't be. Okay, queen d8, and it's just all over, as white is winning the queen, if not mating at once. Yeah, it's a pity, but well, that's actually subject to be learned, that you never can be relaxed against such experienced opponents. So until the game is not over, you have to be precise. Well, so that's... Well, let's switch to Kostyniuk once again. Queen e3, king e3, queen g5, and still white is thinking. And turns to be not that easy, as far as I got it. It turns to be not that easy to escape this perpetual check. Okay, king d4 maybe backs. King d4. Yeah, okay, what to do against king d4, queen g4, white has queen f4. Well, but then it's check here and capturing the c6 pawn eventually. So still it's going to be transferred, I believe, against 1-0 into 1-0. I mean, pawn against no pawns for black. And okay, we may just be following this game for another 50 moves. Okay, so that's what happens in... Well, actually Harika went her own way, so she gave couple of checks. She gave couple of checks, and once again it's all over, as after king g8, rook c1. I don't see any way for black to defend against rook c8. And okay, well, while queen f5 once again loses to at least to queen b7. Yeah, queen b7 followed by rook c8. So it's a pity, but Nafisa really missed her chance to hold Harika for a draw. Though that means still theoretically we have a chance to, well, that name of a leader will be, a name of a winner will be changed, but still I don't believe that much. Well, meanwhile, what goes on in Conero? No, sorry, in Kosteniuk with June. So queen g5, king f2, queen f5, well, actually, white may, I mean, if white insists too much, I mean, might even lose the game to queen h5, but of course not the case here. Actually, might be the way to play for a win like that. So queen f5, then g4, jack, king h4, and maybe king is escaping to g5 and so on. Yeah, still it's, I mean, a practical game. It's pretty tough to defend with black. Okay, so actually I think Alexandra just played king g1. Don't see much of a difference. If there is a check here, still king has to go to, maybe king h2 is the point, but still after queen c2, king h3 has to be played. Well, isn't it possible to take c6? Just thought so. Black seems to be in time. Yeah, black seems to be in time. Well, will be surprised if she won't win this one. King g1, but are there any other options? Not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there are any other options for white after queen b1. Okay, of course. Queens shouldn't be changed if it's a draw, so white may still play a check and then try to get g6 pawn, but of course it will be much harder then. So a bit surprising what Alexandra had done to her position. So June stopped to think, because definitely it's a critical moment. Well, and coming back to Nafisa Mominova, I have to say it's practically hopeless. Yes, so we just followed the line. We've seen rook c1, queen f5, and here queen b7 seems to be the end of a story. Well, and I'm actually surprised Harika is thinking. To me it looks quite easy, but well, apparently she's thinking about giving a check to e8, which seems to win as well, and by force. Yeah, probably it is. Yeah, queen e8, and though queen b7 is winning as well. And well, which move was played? It was queen b7, I guess. Yeah, she just played the move, and yeah, queen b7, and it seems to be all over, and really a disappointment for Nafisa Mominova and her fans, because she managed to, well, to equalize the game completely. I feel like black was even better at some point, and then okay, well, queen b7, and it's all over, I guess. Okay, back to Kosteniuk once again. Let me check what goes on here. Well, and actually Chinese found an interesting reply, queen e4, and then after c7 it would be a perpetual check, but definitely okay, that would be a perpetual check in this way. By the way, a game of Trnavali with Mominova is finished, so we're gonna have a press conference soon. Well, meanwhile, so this queen e4 by June apparently the mistake is up to, well, queen b8 followed, and only then black discovered she cannot take on c6. Though, so it's a question if she can go around this pawn. So king c7, for example. Oh, sorry, king c5, queen. Well, the king is pretty far, so black really wants to take this pawn on c6. But it's just a question if... Yeah, okay, this one apparently brings nothing, check here, and still there is a threat to perpetualize white. Yeah, and still the pawn is hanging, so basically what black wants is to take the pawn with the queen. So queen b8, king c5 seems to be fine still, because there is still perpetual here. Okay, then queen e7, king d6. Still don't see any progress for white. Okay, so I guess we have to stop right there, because we're gonna have a press conference soon, and then if the game is not over, then we might continue.
Okay, our next press conference with Harika Dranovali, who won against Nafisa Muminova. Надо на русский переводить? Вопросы будут? Если вопросы будут, буду переводить. Хорошо. So, what happened in the game, Nafisa? Did you miss any chance to equalize? I think you had a good position from the opening.
Yeah, I missed the queen f5 and rook b1. Actually, I missed the move queen f8 check. I always was thinking about queen e8. I missed queen f8 check.
Yeah, it was after opening. It was pleasant position, and I think when I got knight on c5, I think I must be slightly better at least. But okay, I misplayed few moves here. Okay, I think here I'm fine. And this position, actually I was thinking of playing here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe knight d3. What you are planning to play?
There was c5, c5, c4.
C5 I would take queen into a5.
c4.
Okay. Knight f4.
Bishop f4. And then maybe rook d8.
Or maybe now you have rook a8, right? Yeah, black has some complications. Okay, queen queen d4, this position when you got h5. Yeah. I was thinking of h4. I was planning to play this and then queen d4 and yeah, okay, I think you can't play h3, so it will be more or less same position.
I think actually you had also queen e5 if h1.
Which position?
Here queen a5.
But okay, h3. Okay, even I'm not sure what is happening, but
then queen b4 here. Queen b4 and queen
rook b8. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, I need to get. I can't play rook. Maybe take.
Base queen d4. No, wait. Queen can capture on c5 because if queen e4 there will be f3. One on e3 protect.
Okay, yeah, but okay, this position even for me it wasn't clear. I was supposed to play rook f7 and queen d4 and then the c6 pawn. But okay, rook a8. This position. I think this position should be better for me. I misplayed somewhere. Knight d3, what is happening?
Bishop d6 here. Knight d3 maybe. Knight d3 and c5.
Maybe queen f3 or else. Okay, I can play queen f3, king g2 and even rook h1. At least you don't have much play, like okay, I just completely messed up from this position because you can never either take or
I just thought, what if knight d7?
yeah, knight d7 I was thinking. I thought rook c7 and there is nothing.
You can't really win the pawn.
I don't know, maybe I didn't and b6.
Knight d6, I think it's a bit tricky, but maybe you just take the pawn.
Maybe possible. I just calculated until rook c7 and I left it. Yeah, c6 was hanging. Yeah, I'm just getting some. Yeah, and d7 or even queen f, anything. I think queen f3.
Maybe bishop a3 on knight d7 if it's not special.
Which one? Knight d7?
Knight d7, bishop a3.
No, but now I'm happy with this knight b6. Yeah.
Okay, still maybe take c1, take c8.
Okay.
Queen c7. It's okay, hold.
Rook into c6. Yeah, this I was happy. Okay, I didn't calculate after rook c7. I played quickly. Okay, this. Okay, na4 wasn't good. Even if I maintain the position with queen f3, king g2, I think it should be like at least if I can't see off knight d7. But okay, na4, queen b7. I think I shouldn't have allowed bishop a3. It's already getting tricky. At least here I should not play queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5
It was I thought queen e5, rook e8, queen c3 and this is hanging. But then I realized that I'm totally yeah.
Move the rook of black from c8 to e6.
Yeah, it's like I gave a tempo clearly. But maybe e4? Maybe e4.
If e4 is possible, it's somehow it looks like always better and never winning. Taking on e4, queen e4.
Or even maybe rook d8.
e5.
Well, and e5 is not clear if it's achievement or not.
Yeah.
Let's capture.
Yeah. Okay, even anything is. Yeah, queen e5 was totally. And I think here somewhere I must be clearly minus. I don't know where exactly. At least not clearly, but okay, it is very unpleasant for me to play this position over the board from yeah.
And here e4.
I didn't understand this king h8 actually.
I thought there will be like 32 because I I thought I'm going in. If queen g2, queen b4, and queen goes to second line.
No, but now I'm getting tempo because of king h8. I think this position I'm already fine. It looks so at least. If king g8, I have at least queen g4. Like when once the queen can't come to white squares, I think I'm already fine. Yeah, queen a2, queen. Okay, this was just clearly blender.
Okay, so congratulations for now you are clearly second.
Okay, still one more game. It doesn't matter. After yesterday, I just needed some sleep. So today I won, so at least I can get some good sleep tonight. That's more important.
So what were your thinking before this game today?
No, I was actually very upset because of yesterday's position. Okay, if I would have lost normally, it was fine. But the way I messed up the position, I was really upset actually. I couldn't get some sleep also in the night. I was when I went back, I realized that just I missed one move and it was clearly winning. So it was quite upsetting, and this round I just wanted to play some normal chess. And okay, now I'm...
So you would be even happy if it will be draw? Or you were just...
No, I'm really not bothered about anything. Today it's over and tomorrow I'll just fight on the board. Thanks.
Вопросов нет? Thank you.
So welcome back for a live coverage to see the last game, which is still in progress, the game of Alexandra Kostyniuk with Ju and June. And since I declared this one to be hopeless for black, I think Alexandra misplayed it quite a bit. And well, that's a current situation on the board, so that's what happened. Queen b7, king a5. Eventually white played king f2, and I'm not sure if it's not a perpetual, so check. King e5, king e3, queen e5, king d2. I don't see where white's planning to find a sanctuary for the king. Well, queen d4. Yeah, well, seems like Alexandra misplayed it completely. Yeah, it just looks like a perpetual, so it was practically winning for white, and at the moment, and I mean, I don't see how to... Well, so this side, normally white can't really succeed because of queen e4 here, right? And then it starts over again. Check on h5, check on f5, and we were already there. Yeah, so, well, at the moment the position is this one, so king c2, check there, king b2, check there, and if white is trying to shelter with the queen, then white just loses c-pawn here. So I'm pretty much surprised with Alexandra's decision. Okay, king a2. No, so I don't see any threats, to be honest. Not really. I don't understand what's meant by Alexandra Kostyniuk here. Even queen d2 is sufficient, although maybe not the best. But after queen b2, there is check on d5, then eventually grabbing this pawn. So don't see much of a chance for white. King a2. So it's a long game, of course, tiresome. At some point it was... Yeah, but actually I expected Ju in June to went wrong somewhere. Well, if we refer back to this game, I mean, when it only occurred, this Queen's Endgame, it looked pretty drawish. Well, in a logical way, we're still gonna have our logical outcome of this game. So King a2. And then, okay, June is
choosing between options that actually I'm still not sure if this position deserves any thinking here, because it looks pretty easy and plain. I mean, check on c4, and okay, if queen b3, then simply grabbing the pawn, and that's it. So I hope black is not looking for a chance for a win. Oh, well, maybe she's calculating queen's exchange, which I just understood will be sufficient as well. So queen b2, just simply take this one and play king b6. Yeah, that's just absolutely drawish, so no chance at all after queen d2. So black is not even forced to keep the queens on the board. Yeah, but this maneuver of bringing the king to g1 was terribly unlucky. So check king f4, check on if... Well, it was after king b5. Yeah, that's a little bit strange why Alexandra rejected king g5 and king f6. Which looks, I mean, maybe king e7 even. Yeah, still pawn endgame is lost. And then king is coming to help the pawn. That's definitely looks winning. Well, so queen d2, king b1 followed, but I don't see much of a difference. Now it's just a perpetual check on d-file without any chance for white to succeed. Okay, king b2. Check on d2, I guess. Yeah. And okay, to secure, well, okay, king b1, and they started to repeat moves, so that obviously means we're gonna have a last press conference today, and that's a draw between Alexandra Kostyuk and Zhu Wenjun. So, well, then it's enough for today. I have to say goodbye, and for those who are coming tomorrow, we're starting 1 hour earlier. So, well, today's round is finished, and in a couple of minutes, press conference of those two, Alexandra Kostyuk and Zhu Wenjun, which games just finished in a draw.
Welcome to our last press conference of 10th round. Here with us Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Julian Jung, who finished with the draw. Okay, Alexandra, you were of course completely winning, but probably you give some comments. Or you were
Well,
not.
I didn't. I thought actually that we will be the first one to finish because I didn't really get anything after the opening. And so when we exchanged, when I played rook d1, well, here if black wants to make a draw, I mean, any move probably. I just didn't understand why.
No, even queen c6 and queen d6, and it's nothing for white at all.
Queen c6, yeah, I mean any
Even
any
not to
move.
give a pawn.
Any move, so
You didn't
then
see this?
c6 or so
I
c5.
see this, but
Or you wanted to play for a win?
Yes, no, because I just didn't understand why to play king g7, because here at least I have a draw and then...
And I mean here I should play queen f5 here.
Well, yes, but
white
anyway,
why?
I think it was okay in the game, but then you started to give pawns, like on h7, you could have played king h6. This forced line is more or less okay.
Ah, yes, queen h6, yes,
But
yes.
still, why to go here? Only, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's making life
More interesting, yes. And after queen takes b2, yes.
You finish with the logical result, I'd say, but in a logical
Yes.
way, in the most illogical way.
So, well, yeah, it felt like I was winning here, but I couldn't.
No, I mean, but this king f8, and what for is this?
Where?
King f8.
Here?
No, before that, I mean, I thought
queen.
it was okay not to give this h7.
Ah, you mean?
Yeah, queen
Here.
C7 or 37th, queen c7.
37th, yeah.
And then if just king h6.
Yes, yes, I saw.
Is there any problem?
Yes, king h6 was better.
It's like just, I mean, okay, you can still get this c past pawn, but with this even
Yeah, I
number
mean,
of
but
pawns.
what? I mean, I just.
I thought maybe there was something with pawn endgame, but of course no. It was,
Yeah, but then after the time control, then
yeah, okay,
then
then
it's
you
winning.
definitely have chance. Practically.
Well, it's very.
very
It's not. Yeah, and when I actually was able to, you know, to get this position,
out,
yeah, I saw that I'm just winning. But here, I mean, maybe I should have tried to take here.
Yes.
Okay, this one is, okay, I don't know, we have to ask table-based.
Yeah,
Basically,
table-based, well, that's...
Basically, it has to be right.
But I just...
I mean, you don't want to take c4 with black, you want to give...
No, she cannot take c4 for
I
the
always
moment.
consider queen f2 instead of queen d2. Here queen f2.
Here?
Yeah,
Oh, but it's the same one, the same story, no?
Actually, c4 is falling. Yes, it is.
But anyway, it would have been better
but
than in the
c4
game. I
is
can...
c1, so that's why
Yes,
I'm
it was a
talking
g4
about,
and play forever. I mean, we can play
maybe
forever.
it's just winning, because king,
Yes.
I'm sure king is not...
And that's it, I mean...
Queen
not in the
d4
right place.
here.
But it should not be. I mean, I should move away somehow from checks. I just don't believe it will be a perpetual. I mean, I'm losing this pawn, but then we can play this g. Yes, that's what I should have done, because here,
Yes.
I mean, to take on g6 in any move.
Here, king g5, you should have played.
What?
King g5.
Yes, that's what I was about to play it, but then I was kind of.
Yeah, but king d6, yeah.
King
also
f4
was-
is also possible, and I was trying. I mean, I was about to play this move, but then somehow I.
No, but someone king f6 is maybe even stronger.
King f6, queen h8,
King e6,
queen e8.
then king d5, queen c6, king d4. I thought so. Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe
But-
king d6, maybe, not king d5.
King-
Check and king d6.
But
Yeah, if queen b8, then king d5. That means
yeah.
somehow white.
But yeah,
No,
you should.
no, it's
Here you
queen,
can
queen
take the pawn.
c6
Yeah,
and
you
take.
just can take the pawn. Queen c6.
But queen d5 is good, I
yeah,
think.
king d5.
Queen d5, right? Yes, queen d5. Yeah. Well, that's what I should have done. But somehow I got. I mean, I was about to play king g5, but then I mean, I saw these checks and I didn't play. c5 is not good. I mean, it's still fine, but I have to take here. Have to take here at least. And then again, same story. I thought that the king on c5 maybe is a little bit worse than the king on a8 or so.
c5 is not falling straight away at least.
Well, I mean, it is after some checks. Because c6 is just completely. I forgot about queen f5 here from distance. Well, I should probably should have tried this move, but also should be close to, because after king f2 anything. I mean, you could have played. This is a draw by force immediately.
Queen h2.
And then take. And that's it.
Ah, yeah, exactly.
I just forgot about it. I forgot. Yes. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, they can see.
And queen e4 is such.
You can play, after queen c6 something like queen d3 check and king g5 and try to win this pawn.
This one?
Yes.
No,
not really.
but yes. So somehow I couldn't decide where to take on g6, and then at the end I didn't take it at all. So. Of course, I had some chances, but I shouldn't have gotten them. I mean, from the beginning, I was just too surprised to see king g7. Just any move will be a draw.
We found one interesting question during press conference with Katerina Lagno. Who is your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I've been asked this question for like hundreds of times.
And still did not decide.
I mean, I cannot really pick one. I mean, there are great chess players from the games of which you can learn and you should learn. But to pick one, I mean, every great
Who is
chess
the
champion.
most closer to you by his way of
I have my own unrepeatable style. Yeah.
queen style?
Yes.
Okay, Katerina said Boris Gelfand. She likes so much how he is behaving to his games and how he is playing.
That's her point of view. She can have her own point.
Okay, whom do you support during the Paris Grand Prix?
I don't really support anybody. I'm
Just
just
enjoying.
watching the games. Yeah.
What about you? Maybe you have some favorite chess player.
Okay, I have many chess player I like, but to the favorite I cannot pick one.
And do you follow the Paris Grand Prix?
Yes, I follow.
Maybe you like the one's performance the most so far?
Okay, so far I think that Garfanda is playing very well in Paris Grand Prix.
Okay, so we already have two players who like Boris Gelfand. We will tell him. Okay, thank you very much and enjoy your evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Just waiting for the last round.
Okay.
Thank you.